I'm here to signal that Berkeley time has been achieved. Please come find yourself a space. Well, welcome everybody. I'm Ann Nesbitt. I'm the current chair of the Department of Slavic Languages and Literatures, and I have a threefold job here right now, which is to welcome you all, to thank you all for helping us remember our quite extraordinary friend and colleague, David Frick, and to say just a few preliminary words about what made him so extraordinary. The welcoming and the thanking parts of this mission are actually completely intertwined, of course. I'm grateful to be able to welcome such a wonderful crowd of people, many of whom have traveled great distances to come celebrate David with us today. Thank you all for your care, for your travel, for your practicing your Chopin, the case of Tony, for your words and for your participation. And thank you also to all of those who've sent messages and anecdotes and eulogies along, even when they could not personally attend. I'd also like to thank, and from the very bottom of my heart, all the many people who have poured so much effort into making this event happen. Jeff Pennington and Zach Kelly and John Connolly at ICES have been the engines behind this symposium. And Luba Goldberg, who is chair of Slavic until this semester, and we wore matching jackets just so that you would know that we kind of totally planned. Anyway, she supported the operation mightily on the Slavic side. The incredible staff of the ISA cluster, including the Slavic department, Mariah Van Fleet and Elizabeth Lavarge Batista, put a lot of time and effort into making sure the practical details went smoothly. And Ilana Pereira has provided technical support for the symposium. Philip Sheston has been helping with Zoom. And David Krakowski helped with a lot of different facets of this project, not least by making the program. And finally, I'd like to give a big thank you to Lily Frick, who was so dearly adored by David and who has taken on the job of putting together the slideshow. So thank you all. And finally, the question, what made David Frick special? Even someone who didn't know him at all might gather some clues from the program and from looking around to see who's here today, specifically how varied the areas and fields are represented by the people here now. Because David poured himself into several very different kinds of projects and fields with invariably exceptional results. Here's someone who took the idea of Eastern Europe seriously and broadly, and who could speak not just with authority, but with sparkle about numerous aspects of that exceedingly complex area. He wrote about 17th century Vilnius in what was probably his most famous book, Kithkin and Neighbors. He analyzed Polish sacred philology in the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, which is sort of late 16th century, early 17th century. He produced a study of the 17th century Ukrainian figure Smatritsky. But that's not all. He also produced an edition of the translated Polish letters of Friedrich Chopin, whose music our own Tony Lynn will perform for us this afternoon on this piano here. He also translated books and stories by the Polish writer Jerzy Pilch, and at the time of his death, he was working with Robert Haas on a project to translate Czesław Miłosz's poetry. You'll hear more about these projects and interests in the comments to come this afternoon, and perhaps someone will also mention his fascination with ham radio, I hope. And I trust we will also be reminded many times of the admiration and love he felt for his also quite extraordinary daughter, Lily. When I first arrived at Berkeley the first time, I remember David Frick as an impossibly young, recently hired professor. He was kind of a boy wonder, honestly, and in some ways, he never lost that quality. When an idea interested him, his face, his whole being lit up with wonder, amusement, enthusiasm. Life did not bore him. I don't think he had an easy road, and he died at what feels like a precociously young age for someone who had so many ideas and interests. But he gave his all to his projects, and the world of Slavic studies is the richer for that commitment and that passion. And let the final word from me, as we shift now into memories from people who knew well so many different facets of our multifaceted David, be the name of the person he found most wonderful in a world full of wonder, his much-loved daughter, Lily. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Anne. It's a sad duty for me to moderate an event like this. I'm very happy to see all of you here. David was my first Slavic professor when I first came to this department as a freshman. And you know, I never left the profession since. And I certainly, over the years, come to appreciate the many facets of David's interests, David's career. I was his undergraduate student, his graduate student when he came to teach at Stanford, and then for many years his colleague. So the idea behind this first panel, but really behind the entire event, was to celebrate the many threads, the many paths that David brought together on this campus for all of us. Hence the title of this first panel, which of course you will recognize from his own book, right? It's Kith, Kin, and Neighbors, David Frick's intellectual communities. When I reached out to some representatives of his intellectual communities, I asked people to share their research that might interlock or take inspiration from or be enriched by remembrances of David. And so I think what you're about to hear is a kind of diverse mix, differently balanced takes on people's own intellectual paths together with or inspired by David. So let me introduce our first speaker, Roman Korapecki from UCLA, who will be speaking to us about Polish Romanticism and David. The title, as you can see on our wonderfully turned programs, thank you very much, David Krokowski, is Peasants into Masters in Adam Mickiewicz's Pan Tadeusz.
So when Luba asked me to participate in this, I took her very seriously, and I'm presenting an academic paper for you today. But before I do that, I just have to say, and if I break up every now and again, David was one of my dearest friends. And he was a dearest friend for me because we met once to twice a year. And when we met once or twice a year, we met in a very, very intensive way. He was one of the very few people, if not the only person, in the United States who I could speak about Polish things in ways that people who studied Polish, who were Poles, couldn't. We both viewed Polish studies with a distance, with a sense of irony, with a great deal of satire and humor as well. And when I heard of his passing, there was a huge hole in my heart because I knew I couldn't speak to anybody like this anymore. One little memory that I do have of him that I'll share with you before I get into my paper is when I was writing my biography of Adam Mickiewicz, I had to go to Vilnius, obviously. I wanted to follow Mickiewicz's footsteps, and that was the first natural place to go. And it just so happened that David was doing his research in Vilnius at that time. And so we met up in Warsaw, got onto an airplane, and who happened to be on the airplane was Adam Zagajewski, Czesław Miłosz, and Wisława Szymborska. This was very, very early in the morning. They were all having their little schnapps, to get them going and thing. And I turned to David and I said, David, if this plane goes down, 2 of America's greatest Polonists are going to die. And in Vilnius, we got out, took a cab. He already had a place in Vilnius. And the place, by the way, that he had was where, and just truly astonishing, was where Adam Mickiewicz actually lived at one point. They had turned it into its kind of modern apartments, but the building was where Mickiewicz lived, so I was really, really thrilled. And before we went, we stopped in a store to get some breakfast. So I was looked around. I got myself a yogurt, Frick, which is what I always called him. He called me Roman, and I called him Frick. Got himself a little sausage, got some bread, some butter, some cheese. Next morning, wake up, there's Frick at the table eating his bread, his cheese, his sausage, and I'm looking at it, and he's continuing eating. And as we all know, David was, the euphemism might be parsimonious, and he didn't offer anything to me. And this wasn't the first time he was being parsimonious. I can tell you another very quick anecdote. My wife and I came here to visit him once during the Christmas holidays, and it was Christmas Day. We got out, nothing open here. The only thing that was open was a Chinese restaurant. And my wife and I said, David, do you want anything? He goes, no, 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 no. And so we went out, got some stuff from the Chinese restaurant, brought it home, and sat down to eating it. David comes in, that looks very good, and starts helping himself to what we had bought. I could tell you many, many stories about David, but I'll just, before I break up again, I better start reading. Okay, if I can see here. In his 1888 study of the land, people, and literature of Poland, the Danish critic George Brandes observed that not in Mickiewicz's Pantadeusz, Poland possesses the only successful epic 19th century has produced. Yet in the course of his work on the poem, Mickiewicz himself never once called Pantadeusz an epos, or an epopeia, or even a poemat epicki, vel bohaterski, vel heroiczny, vel narodowy. Although, as an erstwhile student of the classics, familiar with the newest developments in German Romantic literary criticism, whose own debut as a literary critic happened to be a review of a feeble neoclassicist attempt at the genre, one must assume he knew what it was that he was doing, or what he was writing. Or did he? When he does refer to it, to Pantadeusz and his correspondence, by something other than the name of its eponymous protagonist, it is simply a poemat, or a poema, qualified on a few occasions with the epithet Sielskie, Wielwiejskie, and once Szlacheckie. It is this latter qualifier that made it into the poem's final title, albeit now with a different generic designation, that of a historia. Pantadeusz, czyli ostatni zajazd na Litwie, historia szlachecka z roku 1811-12 w 12 księgach, wierszem. However, looking back, Mickiewicz opted for yet another designation. It was, he informed his brother shortly after the work's publication, a poetic romance, romans poetycki, taken from the domestic life in Lithuania. Nevertheless, the telltale number of books, 12, the telltale opening invocation, Litwo, Ojczyzno moja, Ty jesteś jak zdrowie, as well as the subsequent invocation to the Virgin Mary, and above all, no less telltale 13-syllable meter, the so-called Polish Alexandrine, that happened to come to serve as the Polish equivalent of the Greek and Roman dactylic hexameter epimeter, would appear to offer a hint at Mickiewicz's intentions. It would, however, take another generation, one that appeared on the scene over 30 years after the publication of Pantadeusz in 1834, to take that and run with it, successfully ensconcing
Pantadeusz as Poland's national epic. In this respect, it is important to remember Kazimierz Wielka's observation in the course of his own effort to fathom the generic nature of Pantadeusz that, quote, one does not write an epic, but as a consequence of specific circumstances, which in every case demand to be recreated, it so happens that a given work becomes an epic. And in the case of Pantadeusz, the process of becoming was markedly overdetermined. Although inklings of the dynamic may have been in evidence among Mickiewicz's contemporaries, it was only after the January uprising of 1863 that a number of factors coincided to secure Pantadeusz the status it enjoys to this day. Chief among them was the reassessment of its author's legacy in the wake of the socio-political and cultural Zeitenwende precipitated by the 1863 debacle. Beginning with the publication of his first baldly programmatic volume of poetry in 1822, Mickiewicz's name had become synonymous with Polish Romanticism, a sensibility whose literary depth and breadth expanded with every subsequent work that he produced. Given Poland's predicament after the Congress of Vienna, as well as the very nature of Romanticism, it was perhaps inevitable that this sensibility would come to frame modes of political behavior too. With its insistence on the power of the imagination to shape reality, its celebration of youth as well as affect, and its call for sweeping away the old order, Mickiewicz's poetry, in the words of one of his neoclassicist nemesis, conjoined revolutionary aspirations in literature with aspirations for patriotic revolution. And indeed, poems such as Ode to Youth and Konrad Wallenrod served as both a rallying cry and template during the November uprising of 1830, and after its collapse, works such as Forefathers Eve Part 3 and the books of the Polish Nation and Polish Pilgrimage served as at once a summons to unrelenting struggle and a messianic promise of future rebirth, which in turn inspired yet another generation of Poles to rise up 30 years later with disastrous consequences. As the post-romantic positivist critic Włodzimierz Spasowicz put it in the wake of the 1863 uprising, Mickiewicz may not have obtained direct authority over human affairs, but he did attain complete, unbounded dominion over emotions. His irresistible enthusiasm gave shape to the emotions of several generations who ran after him with furious abandon and then crashed into a steel wall, and here's a nice mixed metaphor, eagerly building castles in the air and perishing in the embrace of insurrectionist propaganda. The no less programmatic repudiation by the post-romantic generation and of romantic politics, together with the literary sensibility that inspired and gave it form, thus could not but entail a concomitant reassessment of its most compelling voice, while at the same time grasping how deeply that voice, the voice of a poet recognized already during his lifetime as Poland's national bard, had become internalized. The parameters of this process were articulated in no uncertain terms by Count Stanisław Tarnowski, a representative of the conservative Catholic aristocracy in Galicia, and arguably the most influential literary critic of the day, who in an 1878 lecture on Romanticism remarked, "In the most sublime moments of Wallenrod and Forefathers, there reside feelings that we understand, share, justify, but which are negative, bad by their very nature. In Mickiewicz's later years, one encounters great follies of the mind, great falsehoods. In Tadeusz, there is nothing of the sort. When writing it, his soul and his genius were at the zenith of perfection, and the poem is perfect, classical, as much from an artistic and national as much from artistic and national as from a moral perspective." When Tarnowski and his post-1863 contemporaries were intent on achieving was, in effect, to tame Mickiewicz, to represent his legacy in such a way as to make it palatable to post-romantic sensibilities, aesthetic and otherwise, and by the same token to situate him as a progenitor of their own post-romantic program. The fact that this process happened to be taking place during the heady early days of literary scholarship as an academic discipline, with its positivistic focus on tracing the relationship between a writer's biography and his works, on ferreting out sources and influences and exiguous philological details, in itself served to tame by demystifying the products of a romantic imagination. And key to this project, in some way its very embodiment, was a reappraisal of Panta Deus. In 1885, glancing at the reception of the poem during the preceding 5 decades, Piotr Chmielowski, Poland's most prominent positivist literary critic, observed that it was the gradual change in the political views of the enlightened public as it began to censure and condemn passionate, in other words, romantic outbursts, and to elevate and admire quiet toll that contributed to modifying opinions about masterpieces of modern poetry and to placing a strong accent on the significance of Panta Deus. The post-1863 reassessment of Panta Deus was thus informed by the dictates of a socio-cultural discourse that, like the sensibility it was aimed at discrediting, conjoined politics with their aesthetic correlate. As far as the former was concerned, that meant abandoning romantic maximalism for a minimalist program that strove to achieve what was possible, that is, what was realistic, amid various forms of provisional accommodation, at least for the foreseeable future. How fortuitous, in this respect, that in a poem that ends with the exhortation, "Let us love one another," the commander of the Russian forces sent to restore order on the Suplica estate happens to be a great friend of the Poles, prompting Chmielowski to observe that in Panta Deus, Mickiewicz does not belong among those fanatical patriots who see nothing good in enemies of his country. He looks above all for the pure contents of a human being, even in his enemy. As for aesthetic considerations, this meant, in effect, abandoning poetry, the privileged medium of romanticism, with its symbolic ambiguities and appeals to affect, for depictions of the everyday, of life as it ostensibly was, not as it should be. Abandoning, in other words, romantic idealism, in the parlance of the day, for literary realism, however that may have been understood. Hence, what Mickiewicz's contemporaries had found aesthetically objectionable in Panta Deus, its porkiness, its resemblance to a novel of manners, where people eat, drink, and pick mushrooms, and where 2 Jewish taverns stand opposite each other in all of their hideousness of their Jerusalem architecture, was precisely what critics brought up on Dickens and Balzac and Spielhagen, on Stevenson and Dumas, found not only redeeming about the work, but in fact in some ways pioneering. As Chmielowski reflected in 1898, his generation recognized that in Panta Deus we already have the dawn of a new epoch in poetry, in which poetry should be based on realistic phenomenon, on the artistic rendering of people and events poetically, but without fantastic delusions, the way they appear to an eye that views things from an unhealthy perspective. Already in this poem, they discern the beginning of the realist trend in literary composition, which appeared to be the only appropriate one for today's temperament and tendencies. There was, though, another side to the reconsideration of Mickiewicz's canon after 1863, also aesthetic in nature, in its own way a corrective to assessments of Panta Deus by the poet's contemporaries. In what was not only the first study of Panta Deus to appear after 1863, but tellingly enough, the first monograph to be devoted exclusively to the poem, Hugo Zate addressed the epic nature of the work, measuring it, much like preceding generations, against the Homeric ideal. Now, however, he was able to enlist Hegel's lectures on aesthetics for his purposes. And in this respect, to quote Stanisław Pigon, Zate was overjoyed to realize that Panta Deus satisfies all the requirements of Hegel's aesthetics. Namely, it captures a historical moment, provides a profile of the most significant aspirations of the people, has a powerful individual at the center of it. Finally, a fortunate disposition of what drives the plot, individual will and external contingency. Lastly, the introduction of an appropriate element of tragedy, and so on. Stamped as it was with the imprimatur of Hegelian authority, Zate's conclusion that after the Iliad and the Odyssey, there neither was nor is a more superior or more original epic than Pantagruel could not but have an outsized impact on the reception of the poem by a society thirsty for anything that might compensate for national misfortunes. What a great psychological advantage to have an epic matching the Iliad or the Aeneid in stature. And indeed, in his lectures on Polish Romanticism, Tarnowski takes Zate one step further, in which he writes, Pantagruel comes to constitute something akin to a secret talisman, the possession of which alone could salve the narcissistically enjoyable pain of unrequited Polish greatness. That's me, not Tarnowski. Tarnowski says, if only this one poem in the world approaches Homer, then must it not be, next to the Iliad and Odyssey, the most beautiful in the world? One that Virgil did not bestow on old Rome, nor either Ariosto or Tasso on modern Italy, nor Milton on England, nor the primeval saga on the Germans. Hence nobody nowhere has anything like that but us, ancient Greece and us. It's hard to believe such luck, but it's the honest truth. Yet we don't speak of it boldly only because we alone know the truth. Unfortunately, our language is unknown, and I don't know how long we'll have to go without the joy of seeing the world on its knees before Tadeusz. Tarnowski was far from alone, following Zate's footsteps. Once internalized, the juxtaposition by itself was sufficient to assert the singularity of the work and of the nation that produced it, marked as it was, to quote Valery Gostemsky, by the exceptional conditions of its social existence. The 50th anniversary of the poem's publication served only to amplify its stature. By 1898, another opportunity, Mickiewicz's centennial, for the production of Mickiewicziana, and then preceded in 1880 by the translation of his remains to Krakow. All up till that time, there appeared some 45 critical studies of Pantagruel, subjecting it to quote another critic, to every basic theoretical and methodological aspect of positivistic literary scholarship, genetic criticism, biographism, and so on and so forth. For all of its ostensible impact, this exegetic activity constituted at once an accompaniment to and a form of advertisement for the work of publishers in all three partitions. So between 1865 and 1898, we had 40 separate editions of Pantagruel in print in a variety of formats, in addition to its inclusion in some 20 multi-volume editions of Mickiewicz's works. I'll be coming to a conclusion soon. Of these, the most noteworthy was the edition that first appeared in Austro-Hungary in 1881, published by Maciej Polska, a privately funded organization devoted to educating the lower classes. It was dirt cheap and had an initial print run of, exceptionally, 15,000, which sold out within 5 months, necessitating a second printing of 20,000, and then another 15 printings before World War I for a total of 200,000 copies. The poem was introduced by a very famous scholar, and which aimed especially for peasants, in which apparently it was, as the numbers attest, seemed to have been successful. And this is something Mickiewicz himself had hoped for. I'd know no such joy if ever this book should find its way neath a cottage roof. That he needed to express his desire in the strongest of conditional terms nevertheless testifies to the problematic nature of the society for which the poem was intended. As Mickiewicz advertises unambiguously, his is a story of the gentry. In fact, Pantagruel is not only a story of the gentry almost exclusively, but the gentry both collectively and as individuals in the story's hero, whose entire way of life is accordingly depicted in encyclopedically meticulous, almost ethnographic detail. How Mickiewicz treats this gentry world, whether approvingly or critically, was therefore very much at the center of discussions of the work after 1863, when the role of the Polish gentry, in Polish history generally, but particularly in Old Polish, came under scrutiny by the post-Romantic generation. But then these discussions concern not so much Mickiewicz's image of the gentry as such, but rather what it meant to be Polish. That is, they concern the poet's conception of Volksgeist, narodowość, the exclusive embodiment and carrier of which in the poem is, for better or for worse, the Polish gentry. There are, of course, peasants in Pantadeusz, yet these in serf tillers, domestics, and beaters at the hunt constitute a nameless, undifferentiated mass, lacking any voice or any individual features, much less ethnically distinct ones, Ruthenian or Belarusians. This notwithstanding, Mickiewicz has Tadeusz and Zosia, the two heroes, freed their serfs as a way of celebrating their engagement. And this is the only time that these serfs speak in the poem, saying, they ran to their master, fell at their lady's feet, and speaking for the first time, our master's health, they shouted, very teary-eyed. To be sure, the gesture subsists more in Mickiewicz's aspirational subjunctive than in historical fact. But then no less ahistorical is the manner in which it is implemented. The peasants are to be made gentry, with a coat of arms, because since only as gentry can they become fellow citizens, free, equal Poles. If this gesture sheds some light on the poet's own conception of nation, at least in the world of Pantadeusz, it at the same time informs what I would argue is perhaps the most compelling of those specific circumstances that converged to transform the work into Poland's national epic. In his memoir about growing up in a Galician village, Piguin, the great Mickiewicz scholar, and himself the author of a monograph devoted to Pantadeusz, recalls, naturally, I wasn't instilled with national consciousness at home. My father didn't possess any, neither did any of his coevals. Even of those who came back from immigration to America, if they were homesick at all, it was for where their fathers were born, for their village or parish, but not yet for Poland. Manifestations of national consciousness among peasants were the exception during my childhood. And then suddenly this book. For a greedy reader, this was a different, unfamiliar world. The fatherland spoke to me pretty late in life, but it spoke to me for the first time through this simple story. Piguin's description of his, a Polish peasant's schoolboy's first encounter with Pantadeusz, bears witness to a society in which an already extraordinarily fraught relationship between Poland's mostly gentry elites and the overwhelmingly peasant masses were undergoing profound transformation. The abolition of serfdom and the Prussian partition between 1807 and 1850, in Habsburg Galicia in 1848, and finally in the Russian partition between 1861 and 1864, all decreed from above by the respective partitioning powers, had occurred in tandem with a series of conspiracies and uprisings against the latter that invariably brought the relationship between Polish manor and Polish village into troubling relief. The slaughter of Polish gentry by Galician peasants in 1846 that occurred perhaps not without encouragement by Austrian authorities on the eve of a planned uprising, or the willingness of Polish peasants to cooperate with Russian authorities in suppressing the January uprising of 1863, were just the most egregious manifestations of the mistrust that existed between gentry elite that saw itself as the privileged carrier of Polish national aspirations and peasant masses that identified Polishness with a landowning class that had been exploiting them for centuries and viewed them as barely human. The abolition of serfdom and concomitant advent of capitalism did little to change the nature of this mistrust. On the contrary, emancipation resulted in new forms of impoverishment, and not only among the peasantry. Coupled with the economic crises of the 1870s and 80s, which in the Russian partition came on the heels of confiscations of gentry property, it contributed to a steep decline in landholding, particularly among middle and petty gentry, and with it the disappearance of a way of life that had been associated with it. It is these circumstances, and I'm coming to the end, it is these circumstances that the campaign, for that is what essentially was, to enhance Pantadeusz as Poland's national epic, may be viewed as informed by two impulses. On the one hand, the poem, as Piguin maintains in his memoir, served as a useful vehicle for helping to install in the Polish peasantry a sense of national identity, without which, it was now recognized, restoring the country's independence would be impossible. But by the same token, what the campaign succeeded in accomplishing was to reassert, if only symbolically, in compensation for what by the end of the 19th century was already lost or was already slipping even further away, that it was the gentry and its way of life that constituted the only adequate measure of the national, of being Polish, enacted in the poem itself, whereby the peasants are to be made gentry. It was right there in the title of the work as well, Pan, Master, Lord, which for centuries served as the polite form of address solely among the gentry, but which was now beginning to be used by all, a reminder that Poland's national epic is indeed a gentry tale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roman. This really felt like a kind of intellectual offering to David, but you should also know that this is an intellectual offering to all of us here at Berkeley, because one thing that we've all been feeling with David's passing is the passing of a whole range of expertise, particularly in Polish studies from Berkeley, hopefully only a temporary kind of depletion. So I'm sure that the students, for example, would tell you that they've appreciated having you bring back that expertise. If I were to guess at the genre of this next offering, I would say maybe, from the title, I would say maybe it's a picaresque. Some kind of a little novel of a journey with David. Our next speaker is Harvey Goldblatt from Yale, and his talk is titled Victor Weintraub or Czesław Miłosz, My Life Journey with David A. Frick. Frick, right? That's how, where's Frick? I'll practice this Russian pronunciation.
Like Roman Koropetsky, this is not an easy time. David's passing is one thing when you're in Toronto, Canada, and quite another when I come back here and I wander Dwinelle Hall and David is not there. And the closeness of my relationship with Roman Koropetsky and David, the two great Polonists alluded to in Professor Koropetsky's talk, and yes, it would have been a tragedy losing the two Polonists. I completely agree. I feel so attached to both positions and to both people. We were a firm triangle, quite unique. Not to say that our fields were at all the same, but the conversations always were the same. They were marvelous, and I know how Roman feels, and he knows how I feel. And like Roman, I cannot see my text, but I will do what I can. Age is a terrible thing, but I will see what I can do. And I hope it doesn't either surprise you or disappoint you. If David were here, he would be so pleased to see all of your angelic faces. And I'm equally certain that he would respond to a celebration of his life with a profound sense of contentment, quiet contentment, coupled with a highly literate form of dry wit that would most likely involve the use of two languages other than English, perhaps even including one of his favorite Lilyisms he had taken from his beloved daughter. In our frequent communications and encounters, I never called him Frick, but I increasingly came to call him not David, but Dovidel. This was most certainly a token of my love and affection for him, but it was also perhaps a paean to the Jewish world of my fathers, extinguished in the bloodlands of the Holocaust. I have never offered a lecture probably without a reference to the Holocaust, so I do apologize. And curiously, only later did it also reflect a kind of song of praise for the magical Baroque city of Vilno or Vilna, once called the Jerusalem of Lithuania, which David so lovingly seeks to recreate, and I'll use the present tense there intentionally, in its mid-17th century form in his extraordinary scholarship. Desiring to get a sense of what had been written since David's untimely and tragic passing on December 10th of last year, I gathered together the eulogies and obituaries published about him in the last 9 months. What I discovered was truly astonishing and exposed to view at once a unique sense of loss and the rare gifts of a cultural historian and philologist, an illustrious scholar who had unexpectedly, for me, come to be viewed by many as an older, esteemed mentor that had departed from this world, but was irreplaceable, and indeed was now part of a critical canon. Read Frick was increasingly being said on both sides of the Atlantic, but not only in English, as some students may not know. Perusing the pages devoted to my cherished friend, I read about the shock waves reverberating through the academic community because of David's death, about the loss of a brilliant mind and a generous soul. These are all quotes, of course. About the astonishing erudition, about his remarkable writings on Miletius Smotritsky, which came to be viewed as a broad paradigm shift in the history of Ukrainian studies, about his Mozartian genius for translation, about his remarkable knowledge of Polish in its various manifestations and incarnations, about his extraordinary interdisciplinarity, and finally, about the outsized impact of a truly brilliant philologist and historian who had always demonstrated unusual wit, charm, and sometimes laughter. He had a very good laugh, actually. I have to say that casting an eye over the encomiastic acclaim and accolades surrounding David's life and academic path gave me enormous satisfaction. After all, it demonstrated a high degree of accuracy, in my view. But it also, paradoxically, it might seem to some, left me uneasy and somewhat at a loss. From the time we first met in the first graduate course I ever taught at Yale, which was also his first graduate year at Yale, to our final emails and phone calls, he had always been young. My brilliant student, whose knowledge of all things Slavic and non-Slavic grew by leaps and bounds, from his remarkable assimilation of the tools necessary for an analysis of Polish sacred philology, through his painstaking study of the Ruthenian, that is Ukrainian and Belarusian patrimony, and through his assiduous linguistic, sociological, and cultural preparation for his meticulous reconstruction of religious neighborhoods in 17th century Vilna, to his very fine late translation work that has been alluded to already, devoted to Chopin's Polish letters, and a Czesław Miłosz project that David was working on when he died. Hence, despite all this remarkable growth as a philologist and historian, to me and our common Italian mentor, Riccardo Picchio, he was always a youngster. That is, as Picchio called him, the kid. Ted Williams, the great Boston Red Sox player, was also called the kid, though I have yet to identify a high level of correspondence between Ted Williams and David. He was always called the kid by me and by Professor Picchio. And it is a fact that David himself often signed his emails to me with the signature L. Kid, spelled in an interesting way, I-L-C-H-I-D. And in one of the last, perhaps the last email, he wrote, Il Kid, not L, Il Kid, the original, not the other one. In addition, he might be called not simply Il Kid, but Il Paleoslavo Kid, or Il Starosłowiański Kid. On the one hand, please note the Italianized spelling of the name, C-H-I-D, and the application of the Italian qualifier Paleoslavo on occasion. A nod, of course, to his mentor, the great Slavic philologist, a word that has almost completely been wiped off the map in America. I don't mean Slavic, but that too has been wiped off the map. Slavic philologist and great mentor whom David respected and enormously. And second, please observe the Polish Starosłowiański, a nod to his chosen field of study. And finally, David's own observations that he was the original El Cid, the youthful and adventurous knight ready to enter into battle in search of new scholarly discoveries in the Slavic world. Yes, David was my precious friend and a rock of support for more than 45 years, but he never stopped being the kid, and that is why I cannot but continue to reflect on his relative youth, a topos, a commonplace in so many of the works I've dealt with, but always, as great scholars have said, a topos is always more than a topos. So I have continued to reflect on his youth and the lost potential for many more years of life and scholarship. But alas, this was not to be, and the dire implications of his early demise have now become evident, painful as they may be. If the focus of today's remarks were David's remarkable scholarship alone, I actually could take a few of the letters I've written, and not that he needed my letters for advancement in the Slavic department, but he got them nonetheless. It would be easy for me to talk about him in those terms, truly, and I would do it with great joy. His academic contributions, to use the bureaucratic term, were certainly above scale. His scholarship, although focused on one geographical region, consistently moved boldly into new areas of research and employed innovative methodologies. And his accomplishments were unique, and they constantly and pleasantly amazed me. And they were unique in the extent to which the unusual quality of his scholarship was complemented by a remarkable range and quantity. Yet, as I've already made clear, for all my admiration of David's academic brilliance, there was something more that was part of our special relationship, in the same way that the relationship with Roman was deeply intellectual, but there was more to the kind of intellectuality than perhaps might be more than what we might be able to understand. We had a special relationship, David and I, and it was not just the scholarship and not just the humorous moments and the laughter, but the special manner in which we were able to break down, if not eliminate entirely, a kind of rigid distinction between your life and my life, and thereby succeed in forming a truly unique friendship and genuine camaraderie. So to conclude my observations, to help explain the meaning of the title, the highly intellectual seeming title to my remarks today, let me just share one reminiscence with you, a very early one, when he really was a kid. After all, he began his career at Berkeley when he was 26 years old. He was even younger than that at one time. As a matter of fact, I was even young at one time. But this is just one event, one incident that took place, and it will highlight an important aspect of our relationship. So in the early 1980s, that's the century before this one, after he had returned from a very successful year in Poland, and while he was working on his doctoral dissertation devoted to the great Miletius Wątrycki, a name that I may have heard more than any other, but Konstantin Kostanecki or Ivan Wyszynski in my lifetime, David suddenly had two important challenges thrust upon him. The first challenge involved delivering a lecture, his very first, at the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute on an aspect of Polish culture. The leading scholar in Polish literature at Harvard was the eminent Victor Weintraub, Roman's teacher, mentor, and David knew that Professor Weintraub would be at the lecture. The second challenge was even more daunting. It involved a lecture and job interview in the Slavic department at UCal Berkeley. Here, too, the topic would revolve around Polish literature and culture, and David knew that the eminent Czesław Miłosz, the professor of Polish at Berkeley, the celebrated Polish poet and the future Nobel Prize winner, would be present at his lecture. What I remember most about this period of time are not the actual academic aspects, but something else in these two momentous events. And it's not about the great success that David had, because as far as I understand it, he did get the job at Berkeley. There's something very personal in the story, and those personal moments evoke in me the warmest memories. The sweet moments when we can see that beautiful integration of our academic love of all things Slavic with the very personal. So in preparation for his visit to Cambridge, Massachusetts, you know, there are things one has to do. The underwear have to be clean. The shoes have to be polished. Why didn't I use shoes first? Probably that would have been better. David had acquired, with some assistance from me, a pair of pants for the event at the Institute. And we promptly called them the Weintraub trousers. The crucial question now was, and this was crucial, once the success and the applause about his performance at Harvard had died down, we now had to deal with the Berkeley problem. So would he wear the Weintraub trousers to Berkeley? No, this is very serious. I hear laughter, but I can't understand it. Were they good enough? Now I'm really, I'm looking for a job. No, I'm kidding. Were they good enough for the Berkeley department? We engaged in fairly long discussions, seriously, with much humor and laughter, obviously, and a tremendous amount of sarcasm. And finally, I told David that the Weintraub pants should remain in play and that he should take them to Berkeley. But then another question of a nominalist nature emerged. If he wore the said pants in California, should they continue to be called the Weintraub pants? Excuse me, trousers. Or should they now come to be regarded as the Miłosz trousers, pointing to and hoping for success at a truly great Slavic department, and I mean that seriously. Long discussions again ensued. We didn't bring in any outside people, though probably 4 or 5 administrators would have been very useful at the time. And we, or maybe me, I don't remember, ultimately concluded that we would continue to call his precious pants the Weintraub trousers. As you all know, I'm certain of this, these considerations were crucial in landing David the position at Berkeley. Even though he had not used the name Miłosz trousers. And Berkeley was a very fortunate place to have a unique and magnificent scholar who even David, who was never the most modest fellow, but even David could never understand how good he really was, in my view. The rest is, from 1982, not just a history of past events, but the story of a kind, humorous, and gentle soul who lived a good life and emerged as a truly brilliant and unique scholar. One of his last emails to me, he ended with the words, "Stay well." Again, the Yiddish influence, "Stay well, Harvele." In Yiddish, it would have been Chonele, but we never got that far. That's a little too much. Stay well, Harvele. Much love. We all love you here. And please write a bit more often, which he was right, and I wish I had. David, I just hope that you keep a slot, oh, this is really wishful thinking, that you keep a slot for me in the Slavic department that you have chosen in the vault of heaven for your continuing research. I have no doubt that many heavenly departments were eager to obtain your services. I'm not so sure about my services, but his I am certain. Dear David, I shall miss you very much. Spočivaj v pokoju, or as my father would say, Ru in shlom, Davidl. Rest in peace, my dear friend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harvey. It's certainly uplifting to imagine that up above there are also Slavic departments. And maybe there are no budget cuts there either. And maybe there are no departmental reviews, for which we still thank you very much. What struck me about your talk is how much David was kind of written into this generational history of Slavic studies. And this is indeed the story that we continue with our next talk, which is from Chris Case, who is now at Columbia, but was David's student once upon a time. And the talk is now called something slightly different. It's Make a List. Chris.
Oh, I forgot my books. I forgot David's books here because I have to quote from. Great, wonderful. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces out there, and it's wonderful to be here to celebrate David's life with you at an occasion like this. Thank you, Luba, for reaching out to me. Thank you for organizing this. And I look forward to sharing more with the rest of you as the day progresses. I wanted just to throw a photograph up here, which I'll just leave in the background during my talk. I just took this photograph yesterday. So I got these are bookshelves that I got from David. He gave them to me in the late 90s. Actually, I got them from David and Inka, his wife at the time. They were refurnishing their house, and so he was kind enough to give me two sturdy wooden bookshelves, which I have held on to through numerous interstate moves, multiple iterations of the home office environment in different apartments. I use them daily. They are tools for me. I try and keep them alphabetized. I'm not as brave as David, who, as I recall, preferred to keep his books organized by size and color, not topic or author or anything logical like that. He was the only one who could use his own library. I haven't tried that out. I keep literary theory, philosophy, critical theory on these two shelves that I got from David. They get out of sync as a semester progresses. Things get pulled out for reference. Checked out library books accrue on the shelves. Homework that needs to be graded gets stacked on top, sort of little islands of suborder kind of collect as more and more randomness is introduced into the shelves throughout a normal semester. But the underlying scheme of alphabetical order is still there in the background. So I'll come back to this photo at the end. I just wanted to have that up there in the background as a, again, a framing device for my remarks here. As I think about the title of this panel, Kith, Kin, and Neighbors, I wonder who I am. And I suppose I'm the kin, because we weren't neighbors, but I'm also not kith, because unlike some of the other presenters who are speaking today, I didn't know David as a peer. Other presenters knew him as a friend and as a colleague, and can speak more accurately and intimately to him as a full person. I knew him as a mentor, as my teacher, as my professor. He was my Dr. Vater, which I guess makes me his Dr. Sohn. So in that case, I'm the kin. But as in any academic Familienstamm, we were together for a relatively short time of my life, but for me a very intellectually intense period, and I believe the intensity with which David could interact with people has already been mentioned here today. I believe Luba mentioned that, so it was an incredibly intense time for me. It was 1997 through 2004 when I was a PhD student here at the UC Berkeley Slavic department. Following that period, I went out into the world. David and I stayed in touch for many years following the completion of the PhD, but over time our contacts got more and more intermittent, and in fact I hadn't spoken with David for some time, or even actually several years before his passing. I always thought there would be more time. So I'd simply like to offer here today a series of reminiscences of my time when I was close to David, when I was here at Berkeley, a series of snapshots from my time studying with him, under him as a graduate student. We'll see what you think of my views. They may be idiosyncratic and unique to me, but these are some of the ways in which I remember David. And as Lua mentioned, I'd like to change the title of my talk at this late stage of the game to Make a List. And I'd like you to imagine quotes around that phrase, and I'd like you to imagine David's voice saying, make a list. Because I want to talk about David's lists and what he did with lists, how he used them in teaching and in research, about the logic of his lists. Because as any reader of Kith, Kin, and Neighbors knows, David loved lists. The book is full of them. In many ways, it is a book of lists. Part of it, of course, is due to the nature of the primary source material that he used, the quartermaster's registry of all the legally billable real estate in the city of Vilna for the purposes of the royal visit. But it's also a part of David's sensibility, because in addition to the quartermaster's lists, there are property lists, legal lists, lists of holy days and religious restrictions, inclusionary lists, exclusionary lists, lists of trades and professions, of debts and expenses, tenants, rents owed, lists of reasons to get divorced, 20 of them, lists of ethnic jokes and macaronisms, many of them quite good and funny. For instance, when the Jesuit pamphleteers are making jokes at the expense of the German-speaking minister, calling him a Schwinister or a pigster instead of a minister, or when the Saxon women who do not understand Greek confuse Greka with Greka and think that they are being told to eat buckwheat rather than Greek. Greka is buckwheat in Polish. And the list goes on. Quote, the eloquence of these bare lists soon becomes clear, end quote, David tells us in the introduction. But really only David could have made them speak the way they do in the book. Make them dance, actually, spinning out the visions of order that are embedded in these lists. Some of them are quite moving, and I want to just read briefly from a list on page 383, which is the list of a list of items contained in a receipt for funeral goods. He lists the entire, he quotes the entire list on page 382, and then on 383 writes, this prosaic list of items and expenses allows us to hear the bells and the singing, and to see the richly decorated church, the upholstered coffin, the deceased in her fine burial clothes lying in a well-appointed coffin, the accompanying family and clergy, including her shopkeeper and his brand new mourning, kontush, a cloak. We can also see, smell, and feel the warmth of the many candles. So what David could do with lists was remarkable. Many of them are unexpectedly fanciful, even bizarre, but all of them are detailed, full of material, never shortened or trailing off into an etc. etc. I want to read a selection from yet another list. This is on page 28. And I'll not read the entire list, but it's a description of what's being sold at the Vilnius Market Square. There were, among many others, he writes in parentheses, salt stalls, on which salt, herring, and butter is sold, cat makers for women, butchers, cobbler stalls, on which is sold various footwear, hay sellers, potter stalls, fish stalls, in which fishwives sell live and smoked fish, cheesemongers who sell cheese, chicken stalls where chickens, geese, and other various poultry are sold, and so forth on down to women sitting on dung. David has inserted an exclamation point here. Selling vegetables. And then he adds, these were clearly the most modest sorts of stands. So again, the fancifulness of David's list comes through very clearly in the book. He even includes some of his favorites, for instance, the use of the ablative plural of the Latin word pauper in the Polish nominative, referring to a bunch of drunks who spent the night in the city gate and slept there together with other pauperibuses, he writes. Or on page 302, just one more that I have to quote here, a description of how many chambers of various houses were filled with muck after the withdrawal of the Muscovites in 1657, and the magistracy takes stock of the city following the departure of the Muscovites. First of all, this is the quote, having entered through the gate on the right-hand side, a store. There are no doors, it's full of muck, which is the Polish translation of gnój. Beyond this store, 2 more stores. There are no doors, likewise, both of them full of muck. Under these stores, 2 muck-filled cellars. There are no stairs or windows to them, the gates have been broken down. At the back, a brewery completely ruined, burned out, only the wall remains. I'll skip forward here a little bit. Everything has been burned out, all that is left of the walls. In this alcove off the courtyard, there's one grate. The chamber off the street, the chamber off of street 3 remains whole. Over all these rooms, there's no roof. The courtyard is full of muck and more muck. So again, the fancifulness of David's lists, I think, comes through very strongly in some of the lists in Kith, Kin, and Neighbors. I'll come back to that book at the end of my talk. But first I want to talk about some lists that I made for David when I was working with him. Let's look at my time here. And so I want to talk about I want to talk about 2 lists that I made for David. In my first semester at Berkeley, I became a research assistant for David. I can't recall the exact circumstances, whether it was a part of my funding or whether David requested it, but suffice it to say I found myself working for him. And the day I began work on the project is one of my most vivid and funnest memories of David. He was in a good mood, and as Luba pointed out, when he was discussing a topic that he was fascinated by or he was passionate about, an animation came over him, and he was a lot of fun to be around. And so he was different than when we discussed other business that day. And so I was paying attention. He told me he had a job for me and that we needed to go over to the library together so that he could explain what it was. We did so, and as we went over there, I asked him more about the project, but he would simply say that he could only explain the whole thing once we got there. So we went down into the depths of main stacks of the Gardner Library, I believe. We went down to the Polish history section. He cranked open the shelf, which was on wheels at the time. I don't know if it's still like that there. Took me into one of the aisles, and he showed me the Polski Słownik Biograficzny, the PSB. That stands for the Polish Biographical Dictionary. And I had no idea what it was at the time. And for some of you who are outside Polish studies, I'll say a couple of words about it. The Polish Biographical Dictionary is a long list. It is a list, it's a dictionary of people of note with respect to Polish history and culture. Everyone who ever had anything to do with Polish history and culture is listed in this dictionary, mainly Poles, but also Lithuanians and Ruthenians, Belarusians and Ukrainians, Germans and Russians, Jews and Tatars, Armenians, Italians, Scots, and many, many others. It's a one-of-a-kind work. It was begun in the late 30s, ceased at intervals for war and Stalinism, continued in the late 50s, and has been going up until the present. It bears the mark of time, having had to struggle with issues of censorship and methodological shifts in historical research among the authors who are responsible for the biographies in the dictionary. It's now up to the letter Esh, That's S with an accent mark over it in Polish. But I believe in the 90s, when I was working with David on it, after 60 years, they had only gotten as far as the beginning of the S's, which was about 30 volumes. It's continued since then. As a matter of fact, it has actually swallowed up its founder. It was begun by a scholar named Władysław Konopczyński, who passed away before they got to the K volume. And so when they got to K, they included the founder of the dictionary in the dictionary itself. A subsequent editor named Emanuel Rostworowski also passed away before they got to the R volume. So editor number 2 is also sort of enshrined in the very dictionary that he himself helped author. And so it's a monument, as well as an archive, an unfinished and likely unfinishable list. I think they hope to finish everybody who died before the year 2000 by the year 2030, which still leaves out people like, unfortunately, Czesław Miłosz, Stanisław Lem, Leszek Kolakowski, Adam Michnik, Andrzej Wajda. Doubtless someday David will also find himself in this dictionary in some future decade when they revisit the Fs. In any case, David introduced me a bit to this biographical dictionary, and then he said, I'd like you to make me a list. And I had kind of a sinking feeling because it didn't sound that interesting. Fine, a list. And he pointed at the dictionary, but then he went on. He wanted a list of everyone who had died after 1517, but was born before 1795, who had converted to another faith. He explained that he was interested in studying the phenomenon of conversion, and he needed a list to get a better sense of who and when they had converted. He clued me in on certain periods in which to expect certain waves of conversion, for instance, Orthodox and Catholic nobility to Calvinism in the mid-1500s, German-speaking burghers to Lutheranism in the mid-1500s, certain Calvinist nobility onto other forms of Protestantism, such as Arianism, i.e. anti-Trinitarianism, and then a wave of noble reconversions back to Catholicism in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, later in the 18th century, the Frankist phenomenon, and so forth. Within these conversions, David asked me to be on the lookout for one type of person in particular to make another list within the list, namely those who had converted more than once, who had, so to speak, made a hobby of converting and had tried out 3 or even 4 faiths. And he actually pulled a volume off the shelf and showed me an example of someone who had converted 3 or 4 times, and I can't remember who it is, which I regret. But he was fascinated by those who had experienced multiple conversion experiences. In any case, in making this list, I was to provide name, birth and death dates, position in life, what they were known for, information about their conversion, and any other noteworthy facts. He gave me a Xerox machine card that had $50 on it and told me to make copies of the biographies of anybody who had converted. So I got to work. Initially, I was bewildered. I was completely lost. I was floundering. I was frustrated. I got bored. Part of this was my own fault. At the time, I knew absolutely nothing about early modern Poland and Lithuania. I had come to Berkeley to study film and post-war Polish literature. I knew nothing about anything before the 19th century. Part of it was also my work habits. I was trying to squeeze in work with the biographical dictionary when I could or when I was too tired to work on my own graduate essays or when I felt the prick of conscience. I should also say that I was struggling to keep up with my film studies. I had enrolled in the designated emphasis program, and on the very first day of film studies, my film studies seminar, the class got into a discussion of the relevance of Althusser and Arendt's theories of ideology. And I had never heard of either one of those people, and that was just the A's. So I had a lot of work to do to get caught up with my film studies, and I felt very behind. And so I was split between working on this biographical project for David and trying to get caught up in terms of critical theory for my film studies program. But also reading the biographical dictionary, I had no idea who all these palatines and elders and judges were, pantlers and cupbearers and carvers. Many of them had multiple positions. I didn't know what was important and what wasn't important. The authors of the biographies also did not follow a common model. Some of them produced essays with the information up front in terms of profession and so forth. Others had different methodologies where they would bury information about a conversion deep in the biography, so I had to go all the way to the end of many of them. But I slowly got into the project, and I began to feel a sense of satisfaction, even pride, every time I nabbed a convert. Doubly so with a double convert. And I would immediately Xerox those biographies and send them off to David. I also found myself poring over biographies of people who hadn't converted, but that caught my eye, particularly the ones that involved vast family feuds with swashbuckling raids and outrageous revenge schemes that spread over entire generations. Nevertheless, my progress was slow, and I don't know what David made of the list that I produced. Straight away, I should say that I never made it very far into the alphabet in the course of an entire year. I don't remember how far I got. I may have gotten as far as G, which is about 10 volumes. I wouldn't be surprised if it were only E or F. I know that I finished C and got that to him. But also, my list itself was a mess. I myself had altered my criteria over the course of the semester or the year, first providing a sentence or two, then shrinking this down to even just one or two words as I got hasty and impatient, but then expanding it again according to a whole new set of principles. Anyway, I turned it into David at the end of the year, and he looked it over and he said it would be useful. I didn't continue the project that fall. I know that in the summer of 1998, he came across the Vilno material that would shift his research substantially towards the city itself and away from the project on the double converters, so it never materialized. And so that list is history, I guess I should say. Let's see, I'm looking at my time here. I forgot to bring my phone up here. How am I doing on time? Okay. Another list. I took a course with David called Polish Novels and Their Doubles. I believe this was in my fall or spring semester in my first year at Berkeley. And we read Western novels, and then David paired them with a comparable Polish novel. When we discussed my final paper, David suggested, well, you can guess it, why don't you make a list? He said to me, I said, a list of what? And he said, why don't you make a list of Polish novels? It sounded completely indeterminate to me, and I had no idea what kind of list I should produce. And he said, well, how about a bibliographical essay where you list all of the major Polish novels? I had never written a bibliographical essay before, and I couldn't really wrap my head around it, so I figured I would give it a try. And I began a list. I actually should say I took an incomplete for this course, by the way, too. And I see some folks out there who know that I was notorious for incompletes back in the day. So I took an incomplete because of the length of my list. It began as a progression. I simply started listing novels. I tried to subdivide them by epoch, but then there was the question of what was a typical novel, what was an innovative novel, what was a novel. Some novels had been popular, others hadn't been, others had been retroactively determined to be canonical. There were novels that didn't seem to fit. Then there's the question of what constituted a novel. If it was in verse, was it a novel? And then there was the question of what was not a novel, because if a novel could be an essay, then was an essay a novel? And then there were the novels that just sounded so interesting that I would pick them up and start reading them and get lost in them, and then know that I definitely want to put that one on the list. In any case, I think I gave this to David a year and a half after the course that had been taught. And I turned it into him, and he looked it over, and later on we talked about it, and he said that it was, quote, good. But he said that it was too long, and that I should figure out ways to make it shorter and add more information about a narrower selection of texts. In short, in my first year of work with David at Berkeley, I was making lists, 2 vast lists for him, which may seem like unconventional tasks, but through them I gained exposure, even massive exposure, to an immense body of history and literature, which was doubtless part of David's intent in asking me to make these 2 lists. I want to talk about one more list and then go back to kith, kin, and neighbors, because I worked with David on a 3rd list in my second year at Berkeley in '98. And as a matter of fact, 2 of the notebooks on the table back there have the title Slavic 280 on them, and that was a course that I took with David. It was the history of East Central Europe, I believe. And it was the only seminar that I had with David at Berkeley. Our fields of expertise hadn't overlapped, or didn't overlap sufficiently for me, I guess, to be able to work with him as often as I wanted to. As I said, I was very occupied in completing the designated emphasis in film studies. In any case, he began this course by telling us that he had a list. He had a list of books he wanted to read, by which he meant, we soon learned, that he had a list of books, some of which he hadn't read, others that he wanted to reread, and all of which, including his own book on Meleti Smotricki, which he assigned to us, that he wanted to discuss with someone. And so we did that. We read a list of books that David wanted to talk about. I have to say that this was a formative course for me. It was my first history course since college. It was my first course on early modern East Central Europe. And even though I was the only non-history grad student in the course, I have to say that this was the course that made me a cultural historian. Some of the books that we read stayed with me to this day. I don't even have to check the syllabus to look at them. As a matter of fact, I couldn't anyway because I don't even have the syllabus. But I recall reading Larry Wolf's Inventing Eastern Europe, Robert Evans' Rudolph II and His World, Jeffrey Parker's The 30 Years' War, the edited volume by Fedorovich, Bogucka, and Samsonovich, Republic of Nobles, Norman Davies' God's Playground, Volume 1, M.J. Rossman's The Lord Jews, and of course, David's own Meleti Smotritsky. Those are books that I remember very vividly from that course. And let me say just a little bit about what I got from that course. Number one, what I got from that course was a sense of the breadth and the depth of the past, respect for the past, for its sophistication, for its essential humanity. My view of the past had been, frankly, naive and flat. I didn't know much about the past, about that past. And so through reading these books with David, I discovered the past, centuries, peoples, the look and feel of difference by paying attention to different things like religion, diplomacy, social class, economics, alchemy, the personalities of kings, the culture of Jews, Ukrainians, Belarusians. So a real sense of time depth is what I was able to gain from that class. Second, chronology. I understood the importance of chronology. And in the face of everything that I was reading in film studies and in memory studies and psychoanalysis and in trauma studies about the complex nature of time, which there is still a lot to be said for, I grasped the essential nature of chronology, not only as a characteristic of the dimension that is time, but also as a methodological tool. It's important to get the chronology right. And three, I learned the method of comparison as a tool. And I should say that one of the things that David did in this class, which I found very interesting, was he quite successfully warded off our attempts as graduate students at Berkeley to embrace him as a new historicist or a post-colonialist or a theoretician of some sort. All of us had been reading a lot of the new historicism. At the time in the 90s, Berkeley was a thriving center of late new historicism, and many of us were quite taken with it. My film studies professors were certainly quite taken with it. But David very successfully and kind of surgically evaded our attempts to embrace him as one of us and taught us a lot in the process. And so what he taught us was the juxtaposition and confrontation of text with other texts in order to glean meaning, often from very minimal shifts of language, of context, of perspective, and simply to compare, and the sort of surplus that comes out of that comparison is knowledge. And I want to say two things about the influence of David on my work coming out of this course. In particular, his book on Meleti Smotritsky, which we read in the course. I go back, and I was just reading that on the plane on the way here, and I'm amazed at how formative his perspective on Smotritsky was for me in my own work on Czesław Miłosz, who I wrote about in my dissertation. And David's framing of Smotritsky as seeking some sort of unified third way of having a personal project in which he sought to identify a community that he could support and lead that would accept him, the way that that project faltered on what David called the rules of the game, on a kind of Cold War, if you will, between East and West. The requirement to be either Orthodox or Uniate from a Ruthenian perspective. The way in which David very carefully read Smotritsky's pre-conversion. Smotritsky, by the way, converted, I should say that, from Orthodoxy to Uniate faith when he was 50 years old, I believe. In any case, all of that was extremely suggestive for me as I was writing about Czesław Miłosz as a initial supporter of post-war communist Poland, but as someone who defected from Poland. And David sought to avoid the conversion as the primary element of the biography and look at the person as a whole, thinking about continuities across the sort of Cold War divide, if I can put it that way, about a 17th century figure. And that was extremely formative to me. As a matter of fact, I think that I just tore that page from David and I put it in my dissertation, thinking about Czesław Miłosz also as a person forced to play the rules of the game, torn between two worlds, working for a possible third way, seeking unity, in a poetic work and a community, but unfortunately failing in the process. And then in another way, too, David influenced my dissertation very powerfully. This has to do with lists. I devoted a chapter to the writer Leopold Tiermont, who kept a diary in the 1950s, and then he later rewrote that diary. And the two diaries are quite different, despite the fact that many Polish critics attempt to say that they are essentially the same text. And so using the tools that I had gained from David, I identified what for me were three main words in the text of the diary, and those words were friendship, ideas, and passion. And what I did was I went through both versions of the diary, and I made a list of every single time those three words were used in the original version and in the edited version. And I compared them. And so over the course of a chapter, using fine tunes of an incremental accumulation of perspectival shifts, I presented an argument that I rested with at the end of that chapter, saying that Tiermont had actually converted, unbeknownst to himself and others, to a form of communism in the 1950s, and then had sought to repress and deny that fact when he rewrote his diary in emigration for general consumption. So those are two ways in which David's methods directly impacted my own dissertation work. And so I want to wrap this up a little bit here and get back to kith, kin, and neighbors and its lists. And when I read the book and its lists, I don't know if anybody else has this association as well, I invariably think of the famous opening to Foucault's The Order of Things, when he speaks of having been inspired to write the book by a list of animals from an apocryphal Chinese encyclopedia made up by the writer Jorge Luis Borges. Some of you may know the list. It is a passage in which animals are divided into A, belonging to the emperor, B, embalmed, C, tame, D, suckling pigs, E, sirens, F, fabulous, G, stray dogs, H, included in the present classification, I, frenzied. It continues all the way until L, which is etc., M, having just broken the water pitcher, and N, that from a long way off looked like flies. Foucault writes that his book arose out of this passage, out of the laughter that shattered as he read this passage all the familiar landmarks of his thought, breaking up the ordered surfaces and all the planes with which we are accustomed to tame the wild profusion of existing things. And he goes on to say that in the wonderment of this taxonomy, the thing we apprehended in one great leap, the thing that by means of the fable is demonstrated as the exotic charm of another system of thought, is the limitation of our own, the stark impossibility of thinking that. The taxonomy from the Chinese encyclopedia. My experience of reading David's lists is both similar to and different from this. Similar in that, in reading David's list, we are confronted with the exotic charm of another system of thought. I'm thinking of the lists of the quartermaster in the city of Vilnius. A confrontation which reveals the limitations of our own system of thought. But whereas Foucault speaks of the stark impossibility of thinking that, David forces us to confront the very possibility, even necessity, of thinking that. Because David's lists work. After all, they are historically attested, and they are not invented lists or apocryphal. People did make those lists for very specific reasons. And so my idea is that, thinking about David and lists arise out of a need for order. Doubtless those who make them are seeking means to contain, as Foucault writes, and to tame the wild profusion of existing things, end quote there. As such, lists are meant to stand taxonomically outside and above these things and their histories. But lists are also existing things too, and as such are subject to time and to history. They break down and become antiquated as the ordering schemes that stood behind them lose their force. But then again, this is precisely the characteristics that makes lists different from the present, or historical lists different from the present, and it makes them collectible, comparable, available to new forms of knowledge. The wear and tear on the list by the action of time is the guarantee of the historian's freedom. Not to try and complete or fill in the list, but to highlight and juxtapose, rotate its properties. And so that property of lists represents for me a key to David's historical method. In the Smotritsky book, David writes about how he views Smotritsky as someone who needed to relate to various forms of authority in order to be a writer. On the other hand, Smotritsky equally needed those forms of authority to be flexible. Even more than that, those forms of authority had to have gaps and loopholes in them that he could also exploit at the same time. So in a sense, a desire for order, while at the same time a need for gaps in that order. And I think that lists may have functioned in a similar way for David in his research. You know, I know that the Smotritsky book, the research for it was conducted while David was in Poland in 1980. Matter of fact, it's mentioned in the acknowledgments to the book. And that struck me. And I asked David once, wow, so you were in Poland in 1980 doing research. That must have been incredible. What was it like? And David said to me, yeah, it was very interesting. They argued a lot about everything while we were over there. And that really struck me. And it signaled to me that that meant for David that the dust hadn't settled yet in Poland in 1980, whereas it had settled on the 17th century. And it had provided a record with gaps in it, a fragmentary record, an incomplete account of what had happened, which formed a roadmap of sorts that David could then work with and rotate and play with and fill in with historical knowledge for his readers. And so I think the cacophony of multi-confessional Vilnius is the perfect medium via which to study different systems of order, via which to study different systems of order that were forced to accommodate that which each system sought to foreclose. And so David's lists are assembled with patience, with respect, the care of a historian, but they are also filled with humanist humor. They're good fun. And from behind them, we can see David peeking out at us from these lists, winking at us to see if we are in on the jokes. And to return to these bookcases, every semester, as I ruin the order of the list that I've made on these bookcases, I think about David, and I think about the margins of the list and the way in which I learned academic freedom from him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for making the wild profusion of things in David's mentorship and David's research so present to us. I think your presentation revolutionized some of my own future mentorship practices, so watch out. There'll be lists. Our next speaker is John Conley, our very own from the history department. His talk is titled Top Dog, and if I were to venture a prognosis, it will return to Roman's beginning remarks about David's culinary, I don't know, preferences? We'll see.
I stopped in to have a top dog.
So, thank you for the invitation to speak. First time I heard of David Frick was in a conversation with a professor at Harvard with whom I sat in on a course on Polish literature and translation. That was Stanisław Barańczak. Besides being a professor, Barańczak was a leading poet and also a founding member of something called the Committee for the Defense of Workers, KOR, politically extremely important in 1970s and 80s Poland. Barańczak was a man renowned in Poland, but like so many people renowned in Poland, all but unknown in the West. Czesław Miłosz, in his kitchen, in my presence, once called Barańczak a magnificent creature. Anyway, so my conversation with Barańczak would have been about 1994 when he learned that I was going to Berkeley for a job. And Barańczak put his finger on a basic issue which David had to confront, namely being the successor to the Nobel Prize-winning Miłosz, whose poems and diaries and essays are known to virtually every literate person in Poland. Not only that, Poles know exactly what Miłosz looked like, which I discovered when I was in Krakow with my wife Fiona in 1998, and Miłosz would walk the streets and everybody knew who he was. What American poet would be able to command that kind of recognition? So he was a towering figure in a country that, as my teacher Barańczak told me, lives by and for its culture. So now I thought he was 27 years old, David, when he arrived here. Now I learned he was only 26. So 26-year-old David faced an impossible task when he arrived in Berkeley in 1982. Who is this mortal American next to the great and powerful Miłosz? How dare he presume to be his successor, and so on, were the questions in the Polish community. But Stanisław Barańczak did not share that view. David was great and powerful in his own way. And Barańczak, from Poznań, kind of a stubborn figure, was very firm about this in his no-nonsense way. And I wonder, many years later, what other academic can we imagine who ever faced such a challenge of succession? What awaited David in the wake of Miłosz was almost incomparable, and it was not made any better by the two men's first encounter. So here comes the infamous story of the Xerox machine, which some of you know about, that David would transform into a wry anecdote, a revealing insight on the human condition. You can be as brilliant as you like, reach the best possible plateau from which to launch your career, and there you are in a Xerox room of the Slavic department in Dwinelle Hall, and suddenly you are in the presence of Miłosz, the great and powerful bard of Vilno. And what does this man you have admired say in your first encounter? I did not vote for you. I did not want you. Ja pana nie chciałem. Having myself met Miłosz a number of times, a little over a decade later, I wonder whether he was being serious or whether this was a kind of Lithuanian black humor. In my experience, Miłosz was actually rather generous. Anyway, what does a 26-year-old assistant professor respond to words like those? What I remember from my first meeting with David in the flesh, he was among the people I was scheduled to meet with. Another one is actually standing in the back of the room right now. During a campus visit preceding a ritual, a rite of passage, terrifying one called a job talk. So this was in the morning of the day of my job talk. The contrast in David's office was remarkable. Here, the antiseptic and cold 1950s Dwinelle office furniture, the gray metal, the dark green cushion. There, this warm and welcoming and interested human being with somehow a very attractive and inviting face. I think David felt and empathized with very well the terror that was possessing me, the job candidate. His demeanor, by the way, was the very opposite of, I do not want you. He knew everything there was to know about Poland, many other places. And so we talked well beyond the allotted 45 minutes because, quite simply, we lost a sense of time. But when we parted, hearing that I was free much of the following day, was flying out the following night, that was a Saturday, this formidable philologist, one of our most innovative historians on this huge region between Germany and Russia, had a spur-of-the-moment suggestion. Let's meet tomorrow, he said. I'll show you People's Park. And then the real destination, I'll take you to a place called Top Dog. So who was this David Frick, and what was he up to? People's Park, that might have been historical background for an outsider. This is my first trip to California, maybe a curiosity, but taking someone to Top Dog, that was a foolproof way to lure someone to Berkeley, at least the sort of person David, I may be flattering myself here, wanted to lure to Berkeley. That is, a person who might care about a first-class sausage. My facial memory is poor, but I knew David the moment I saw him in Dwinelle in the fall. That was 1994. He was warm, a bit mischievous, and again, the opposite of ja pana nie chciałem. He was the opposite of that kind of sentiment. So we got into the habit of meeting pretty often, not just the two of us, but for several good years, it was also Yuri and David, David and Yuri, and by Yuri I mean, of course, Yuri Sleskin, two world-class scholars, two world-class wisecrackers who liked to sip drinks at a place called Spats. So I'm thinking of the old Spats, the place with indelible stains in the carpets and furniture, and full smoky air. It was never clear beyond the differences in accent where one's sentence ended and the other's began. David and Yuri solved a lot of weighty questions, above all, the age-old problem of how Poles and Russians might get along. The solution, of course, was that the Pole had to be from Findlay, Ohio. So David, who grew up in Findlay and later Elmhurst, the man who loved a good sausage, who liked to listen to country music, often had that playing in his car, but also knew the Mahler symphonies and much more, backwards and forwards, all of them. Within 2 notes, you could identify the Mahler symphony that you were playing, whose books included innumerable classics, but also this recent compilation, this recent compilation of anecdotes by a humorous and self-deprecating Swiss celebrity. We found this actually in his books. David Kukulski and I were looking at his books in in Stevens. This is a Swiss author, a celebrity in Switzerland who decided he wanted to disappear from Switzerland and settled in, of all places, East Germany. The title of the book is What We Don't Have, You Don't Need, Notes from an Asshole-Free Zone. So, Was wir nicht haben, brauchen Sie nicht. That's the title. Geschichten aus der Arschlochfreien Zone. Anyway, this David, this normal, reliable, regular American guy from the Midwest, was at the same time a genius. He learned Polish as an adult, but was indistinguishable in speech and mannerism from a native Pole. This is extremely unusual. When you learn a language as David did Polish, the issue is no longer just language. David possessed a mysterious gift, miraculous gift, to inhabit 2 cultures equally well, and then he made a vocation of telling one about the other. By the way, genius is not my word, not only my word to describe David. It was Nicholas Riasanovsky's word to describe him, somebody whom David admired greatly. So David told me back in the late 90s when Nick recommended him for a Guggenheim, Nick told David afterwards, "I said you were a genius or you would not have stood a chance," said Nick. So David laughed when he told me this story, seeming not to believe that Nick was being serious. And here, an editorial comment from me. Nick was a very generous and kind man, but he was also very serious. He knew exactly what he was writing. David put his Guggenheim, as we know, and we've heard from Chris and others, to excellent use. He wrote a work that people will read with profit as long as people read history, I think. The book won prestigious awards. I saw David on campus walking up toward Hearst after he had won one of these awards. This was the Best Book Award of the Association for the Study of Nationalities. And I said to him, "David, this is a really big deal." He didn't seem to know. He was surprised. I think he was somewhere between philology and history, didn't quite know about this organization. He was almost taken aback, but he seemed in the end very gratified. In more recent years, professionally, he won many more awards. He enjoyed numerous trips to Poland, where he was invited lecturer. He wrote, as has been mentioned, translations of fiction in his spare times, organized a lot of fun picnics with Inka and Lily and friends. He loved watching a baseball team called the Chicago Cubs. So in 2016, when they won the World Series for the first time since 1908, David and I watched every postseason inning in the company of other regulars, neighbors. Here's neighbors. This is the connection to the panel's topic. A lot of neighbors in a place called the Kensington Pub. And maybe now I can comment on another characteristic of David, which I think has not been mentioned. So he had an incomparably lovely face, and behind that, the mind of a genius. But sheltering mind and shaping face was a skull made of the hardest material known in the natural world and perhaps beyond. To say David was stubborn would itself be a legendary understatement. His stubbornness was legendary. So in the years since David, since that first watching of baseball, David and I watched many sporting matches in that same place on the big screens there. But there was only one team that David himself would watch, and he insisted on this. It was the team that he had grown to love as a boy in Findlay and Elmhurst, and that, of course, was the Cubs. Mentioning baseball, I recall once in David's and Inca's old place on Channing Way, seeing close to the kitchen, I'm not sure why it was there exactly, a boyhood baseball glove. And you could make out the name of the owner, Dave Frick. Dave Frick. So how many of us keep boyhood baseball mitts close to our kitchens? Anyway, this one struck me as kind of a memento, perhaps recalling a very different place from Berkeley, far away, and Yale and Harvard and Weintraub and Miłosz, far away from the great and powerful figures that he could not yet imagine, that Dave Frick could not yet imagine. When David moved to Kensington, one of the things he loved, so this is north of Berkeley, in the hills, one of the things he loved was the old drugstore, the Rexall drugstore on the Arlington. Since it's closed, reason he loved it is because they would deliver subscriptions in person. There was somebody who would get on a bicycle and actually take the prescription to your door, which was not far from there for him. And he said to me, just like Findlay, Ohio. I think if he had been a physician, he would have made house calls. But now to return where I started, Czesław Miłosz. So one of the last times that I saw David at the pub, the Kensington pub, he was reading this book. This is, in fact, David's book. It's a diary that Czesław Miłosz kept in the late 1980s called The Year of the Hunter. Every mortal would be forgiven for harboring resentment over that legendary first encounter that David had with Czesław Miłosz. David never forgot it, of course. It became a wry anecdote, as I mentioned earlier. But he did get over it with grace. And he was thrilled, I recall, back in the late 1990s when Czesław and Karol Miłosz settled in Kraków. They never really came back to Berkeley. And David was able to spend an afternoon, complete afternoon with the Bard in conversation about Wilno, a lot about Wilno, but then things of common interest that concerned them both, namely Protestant nonconformists. They were both intensely knowledgeable and interested in theology. As you will be hearing, translating Miłosz was among David's final projects. So there are many kinds of genius, each unique in a profound way. David gave us, among other things, a lasting occasion to ponder his special gifts. As is well known, we all know, ego often propels scholarship. It's a motor to many works of enduring importance. In David's case, ego was also involved in his professional story, but in a somewhat different way. Perhaps it propelled him. But above all, he did not allow ego to get in the way of what was central. And you could see that in the many books in his library, but also in the special way that David came to appreciate, enjoy, and read ever more deeply the works of Czesław Miłosz. So before he died, what one saw in his house, or after he died, I should say, what one saw in his house were works of Miłosz in the kitchen, on the coffee table, in the living room, also in the dining room, everywhere Miłosz. So the injured ego did not get in the way of his love of learning, of the philologist's appreciation of beauty, of the historian's fascination with humans and their fate. Czesław Miłosz died in 2004. David, along with Robert Haas, had the honor of representing Berkeley at the ceremony at the church on the Skalce, on the Vistula in Kraków. If you visit the crypt where Miłosz was laid to rest, you see a few words chiseled in the tomb highlighting this nexus of love and learning. In Polish, dbałość o naukę jest miłość. Care for learning is love. Here is where Miłosz and Frick really encountered each other. So the words, it's actually a jumble of words, are taken from the Book of Wisdom, from the Apocrypha, probably absent from the Bible that David's beloved father, an ordained minister, would have preached from, but present in the Bibles that one of David's communities of Vilna, the Catholic one, used for the rituals David describes with such sensitivity, for example, funerals. So here is the full section. I'm actually going to read to you a bit from the Book of Wisdom. This is about midway through chapter 6. Resplendent and unfading is wisdom, and she is readily perceived. This is a woman throughout, by the way. She is readily perceived by those who love her and found by those who seek her. She hastens to make herself known to those who desire her. One who watches for her at dawn will not be disappointed, for she will be found sitting at the gate. For setting your heart on her is the perfection of prudence, and whoever keeps vigil for her is quickly free from care. Because she makes her round seeking those worthy of her and graciously appears to them on the way and goes to meet them with full attention. For the first step toward wisdom is an earnest desire for discipline. Then care for discipline is love of her. So the statement on Miłosz's grave combines those two sentences. Love means the keeping of her laws. To observe her laws is the basis for incorruptibility, and incorruptibility makes one close to God. So I would not like to be David's successor. The legacy is awesome, towering. But if David were around, you can be sure that the first encounter with the next professor of Polish studies at Berkeley would not be at a Xerox machine. Perhaps it would be at Spats. Those Spats has come down in the world by cleaning itself up. Or perhaps it would be at Top Dog on Dwight Way. Wherever it was, David would smile and say in his sonorous voice, "Pull up a chair." Wherever this place was, as much as humanly possible, it would be an asshole-free zone. David, pardon the expletive, we miss you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So now is our time to get up, change gears a little bit. This will be a reception, but a reception with speeches, and lots of them, and also done in person as well as on Zoom. So don't go too far away, but you have 15 minutes to be totally distracted and rest from words. And then there's this wonderful balcony or terrace outside that you can also enjoy. And then at about 4:15, 4:20, we should assemble with your drinks and food and continuing to stand up, and we will have speeches from around the room. I have a list, but if you'd like to, if you're not on the list, you can add yourselves or just jump at the occasion at the mic. All right, that's all for now.
Technically, that's that I do. You can't tell. You're doing a lovely job with connecting.
Yeah, that's not an easy task, never an easy task. Those cats are also very different from each other.
It's just too bad that Michelle couldn't be here because
It looks really easy. You have to put a lot of support. So I didn't. I'm getting it.
I'm really struck by the eyes.
I did, I thought it was lovely.
Look at the eyes.
So much fun.
I actually wouldn't recognize the kid except for the eyes. In any case, just to wrap up that Ewok story, one of the things was that no one obviously was handed out about being trapped, because, and he would joke about, get in, one of the butt cheeks was sitting on his coat, and, he couldn't get away from Ewok because he had like pinned him with his butt cheek, and he and David were laughter about that. It was hilarious. But, I regret not having the opportunity to talk about it because when I was here, he said that. I did, yeah. And as a matter of fact, I met one of your current colleagues last week about Zisha. All right. Is she coming next week to see you if you're in Brooklyn? She's speaking, yeah. She just gave a talk. She gave a talk.
She's sort of on the road.
She is a really interesting person. She had a great conversation with her about your work. We can talk about that anyway. We should maybe get into something like that. But
Yeah, we'll take away the little flowers. I don't know.
David lying on the sofa?
No,
there's the ham radio.
Otherwise you just see I.
Yeah, I know.
He's on the right, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah. And who's the other person?
I guess that was his sister.
Well, there's a family with them.
Yeah, and that's David with the glasses there.
Yeah, he's in the center.
And there's David in the center,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, he's like, he's, reminds me of like the youngest Tom.
And now, yeah, he does look like Tom Hanks, yeah. He does look like a young Tom Hanks,
So
yeah.
young and.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, he looks like Tom Hanks in the era of when Tom Hanks was a television actor and he was on that show with, he was on a television show as a man crossed
Or we can ask his fine reservations. Brevity is one of them. I'm just telling Tony that he doesn't have to, the next section is not big.
What I have to do is to get acquainted with the instrument. Oh, yeah. I can imagine that. I wish I had gotten acquainted with my instrument there before I had to perform it. Yeah. Yeah, they're fantastic.
Chief. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Testing, testing. Hi, everyone. Can we get everyone into the room just for the in-person tributes? Maybe in this area, not far from the drinks. Thank you. Can everyone gather around the drinks area? Maybe in a semicircle or some other sort of orderly fashion. Thank you. All right, everyone, I'm going to begin the tributes. Sorry for this interruption. Everyone, sorry. Przepraszam. Okay. Hi, everyone. So my name is David Krakowski. I was a student of David Frick's. For almost a year now, many of us have been combing our memories and correspondences trying to answer the question, who was David Frick? Much like David himself posed the pregnant question about Miletius Motrycki a few decades ago. David was Miłosz's successor, in spite of, and you heard it from John, the now famous Ja pana nie chciałem, a brilliant scholar and talented linguist, versteht sich, but also a sweet, witty, and generous mentor. I feel so blessed that my undergraduate professor, Harvey Goldblatt, who you heard from today, sent me, so to speak, David's way. Together, David and I read old Bibles, grammars, and chivalric tales in Old Polish, Ruthenian, Church Slavic, and even Lithuanian. We shared so many passions in academic fields, beloved languages, and borderlands geographies, but I am perhaps most grateful for the little jokes, and you've heard about them quite a bit, the kind I remembered so fondly from Harvey and ecstatically recognized in Dovidal Sr., the clever turns of phrase that could never fail to bring a smile to my face. He loved to call his dogs, most recently Fuzzy Zook, and I think quite a few of you had the pleasure of meeting Fuzzy. You still can. In keeping with the Old Polish, he liked to call his dogs bestia. Other correspondences were littered with rather creative interlinguistic puns, often with political undertones, and I hope you'll allow me for some of these. Mam to w dudzie, he would joke on a few occasions. He offered a similar pun after receiving the Benedict Award from the President of Poland, but I shan't repeat it in polite company here. Writing in Polish to his dear colleague Aleksander Naumow, among other things, about Polish religious terminology, on December 9th, 2000, David added, and I'm translating from the Polish here, "We still don't have a president in this massive banana Rzeczpospolita. Ogromnej Rzeczypospolitej bananowej. Maybe it's for the better. Putin said that he'll send his team to check the legality of the elections. Maybe Kwach, that is Kwaśniewski, former Polish President Aleksander Kwaśniewski, will want to join." Jokes aside, David felt great pain and sympathy for his Eastern European friends and colleagues during the turmoil of the last few years. David would send me on-the-ground interviews of Polish journalists reporting on the Belarusian protests of 2020, and was particularly concerned about close Ukrainian colleagues, such as Natalia Yakovenko, once the full-scale war broke out in 2022. I'd like to share two excerpts from his emails of the time, which not only shed light on his solidarity, but also remind us of his intellectual commitments throughout his career. So on April 18th, 2022, he wrote, and I think this also sheds quite a bit of light on the Miłosz question, the troubled one. "I feel a need to go volunteer. I would need a little bit of help with housing, nothing more. Just a willingness to accommodate a Fuzzy Zook, occasionally a Lily. With some time off for reading and writing. I think I will describe myself as Miłosz's successor. I've never done that before, but maybe now." And yes, this was just probably about planning my master's list readings or something like that, just one of those kolejne responses. On March 18th, 2022, he wrote, and with a lot of sentiments that I share quite deeply. "These are not provincial things. Naming practices are important. I'm no nationalist of any sort, but it bothers me when people try to edit my publications in what I find to be a nationalist direction. Down with Yugo-Zapadnaya Россия. Up with medieval and early modern Rus, eventualnie Ruthenia for the latter. That, or I don't call back my worships from St. Petersburg. Thank you, David, for everything. Spoczywaj w spokoju, wieczna pamięć, starej lubieżnej dziadu." Thank you. Let's maybe all do a toast as we do some of these remembrances to David. All right, next we'll hear from Irina Kogel.
Hello. Oh, can I do this? Yes. So my name is Irina Kogel. I worked with David. I will be happy to report that I was still scanning the Polski Słownik Biograficzny as of 2013, at least. So that continues apace. And I also got a sense for the depth of what David was working with, copying Chopin's letters, learning so much myself as I was doing this work. But for me, the most valuable thing will have been the way that he ushered me into my teaching career. I think the Ja Pana nie chciałam was very encouraging because I was also not sure of the trajectory I was following and if what I was doing was wanted. And he really had so much faith and trust in the students who worked with him, who learned to teach with him. So very memorably, I helped teach an undergraduate course with his translation of Jerzy Pilch's A Thousand Peaceful Cities, an almost impossible thing to translate and a wonderful thing to contemplate. And also taught Polish as my very first class ever after having studied it for 2 years. And he said, no, you'll be fine. This is totally manageable. And I try to hear that voice as often as possible as I go forward in the world. So thank you all for remembering him and allowing me to be part of that. I don't know who to hand the microphone off to. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. Hold my wine. I'll hand around a picture of David at our wedding.
You can see it right over there. Oh, in a second you'll see it.
You might see it up there. So I want to offer condolences to Frick's family, friends, and colleagues, and many thanks for inviting Melissa, my spouse, and me to this memorial symposium. I'm David Allen Goodrum. Yes, another David Allen, born in 1955, who also delivered 4 a.m. newspapers and tried to get back to sleep. And as an undergrad, went to IU. David Frick and I met when we were in a freshman honors astronomy class. We didn't have to go to the planetarium and sit with 300 people. We were in the overheated classroom on the 2nd floor of the Kirkwood Observatory on campus when I must have nodded off and dropped my pen. As we both went to pick it up, we knocked heads and did so always after that. This was when David was switching from a trumpet performance major, and as he was discovering languages, starting with German. And in our group of friends, there were 3 Davids, so everyone just called us by our last names: Frick, Goodrum, Morgan. I had the distinct pleasure of visiting him and his warm and welcoming family in the Chicago suburbs once at New Year's. David helped me discover for the first time a couple of things still dear to me. Gustav Mahler, starting with Symphony No. 5 and Chicago Symphony recordings. He also convinced me to try Earl Grey tea and not add any sugar, because I added sugar to all tea. I stayed in Bloomington, Indiana until just 7 years ago. So I was there when his brother Dan was in grad school. I was there so long, it was Dan who suggested I needed to write 2 books: Goodrum, The Bloomington Years, and Bloomington, The Goodrum Years. Back then, David, whenever he visited Bloomington, liked to visit the IU library because his books were there, when at the time an unnamed university did not. And I don't know if they do now. Perhaps the last time I saw him in person was when he was in Bloomington with Lily and her mother. Lily was very young at the time, and she reminded me a little earlier that, oh yes, she remembers that, we had pretzels stuffed with peanut butter inside of them. So you never know what impression you'll make. My fondest memory is from when David came for our wedding in 1990. I had arrived back from the airport after a conference or meetings. That picture up there, he's the one in the sunglasses. And David was out in front of our rented house chatting with Melissa. Melissa had added highlights to her hair while I was gone. I asked where she'd had it done. She said she did it at home. As I started to say something about taking such a risk, doing it herself just before our wedding, David interrupted. Wait, the correct answer should always be, your hair looks great, dear. I suddenly, he said in an email, I suddenly remembered borrowing David's driver license I was 21, David was 20. Must have been early fall 1976 to go to various Bloomington bars, including something called the Bluebird or the Black Dog or something like that, where the police came but did not arrest me. Probably they should have. In 2016, when I told him I was retiring from IU and taking a job at Oregon State University in Corvallis, he wrote in a PS, "You will find this out on your own, but just a heads up. You may not pump your own gas." That just changed, by the way. "You may, I believe, or is that California, smoke cannabis while your gas is being pumped." What can I say? The West is sui generis. Wait till you start exploring Nevada, Idaho, Oregon. On 80 in Nevada, 4 lanes straight through desert, no other traffic than yourself. You may drive 90 miles an hour. You may not shoot your weapon out the window of your vehicle as you are driving 90 miles an hour. In Montana, you ask, how far away is X? The answer is always 100 miles, about an hour. We talked of him visiting in Oregon, saying he'd drive up in his new Mini Cooper, but I'm very sad to say it never happened. We miss you, David.
Anyone, we have a few minutes if anyone else would like to maybe spontaneously speak a few remarks. We have maybe 3 minutes or so. Okay. If not, we'll turn to the virtual ones in just a couple of minutes. Okay. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. So there were a few people who couldn't be here and sent their remarks for us to read. And John, you have them too, right? So I will read from Michelle Wiese, who was supposed to be part of the first panel. Michelle was David's former student and is currently monographs editor at the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute. So here's what Michelle said in her email. First of all, I would like to thank the Slavic department for extending to me that invitation to come to Berkeley to celebrate the life of David Frick and to spend time with his former students, his friends, and his colleagues from various institutions. Unfortunately, my sister-in-law died a week ago, and I had to cancel my trip to Berkeley so that I could fly to Chicago for her funeral instead. I do hope to see some of the people here at the ACES conference in Philadelphia in December. We will have to find a quiet corner for a conversation and a remembrance. David was, of course, my dissertation advisor at Berkeley. He shepherded me through my doctoral journey, introducing me to his friends and colleagues in universities and libraries in the US and Poland. In Poland, I learned quickly that the best way to get help in an archive or library was to use David's name. Everyone there knew him, and more importantly, they all respected him and were eager to help me just for his sake. I was perhaps the most struck when I met the formidable Byzantinist Professor Emeritus Ihor Shevchenko of Harvard. I had arrived at the Ukrainian Research Institute to take the job as monographs editor. When on my first day, and we have a lot of these stories of first days and blessings and skepticisms, right? When on my first day, I ran into Professor Shevchenko in the Institute library. He looked at me for a full 30 seconds, then shook my hand and pronounced solemnly and with a drawn-out, rolled R, "You come from Frick." This is the highest recommendation. It was one of many occasions when I was given the benefit of the doubt thanks to David's reputation. I was a guest at David's home many times, socializing there with other graduate students and often a visiting professor. The conversation would be wide-ranging and informal, and at some point in the evening, we would always be graced with some manner of performance by David's daughter Lily or his obedience school dropout of a dog. David was definitely a dog person. David's lack of pretension belied his deep knowledge of early modern Poland-Lithuania and expertise in Slavic philology. He didn't seem to have the slightest impulse to impress upon anyone what a great scholar he was. He derived pleasure from just talking to people about whatever, here's another one who can't see anything, whatever topic might arise. As I mentioned before, I left Berkeley to become an editor at URI. It was here that I developed a new relationship with David in an unexpected way. I became a member of the community of scholars of the early modern period who were drawn together largely by David's publications and lectures. For example, I met Maria Ivanova, who had come to Harvard in 2012 as a fellow of the Ukrainian Research Institute. Maria had not yet met David, but in her research, she had become profoundly influenced by his writings. Eventually, she and I would co-author an article about the art of dissimulation in early modern Poland-Lithuania, an article that drew heavily on David's many writings on the great dissimulator of early modern Ruthenia, Miletis Matritsky. Here, I would like to take a moment to describe how David shaped an important topic in the field of early modern studies. The art of dissimulation might be called the art of non-disclosure, or perhaps the art of discretion or of good judgment. The art of knowing when to keep one's silence and when to break it. It was promoted as a necessary skill in the practice of diplomacy and statecraft. But David pointed out in his books and articles that Miletis Matritsky practiced dissimulation as a mental exercise, namely as a method for thinking heretical thoughts without becoming a heretic, or for holding mutually contradictory beliefs without feeling the need to come down on either side. The thinking of many Orthodox writers of the 16th and 17th centuries, as well as the writings and actions of the Catholics and Protestants of the time, can only be understood properly using the analysis of Smotritsky presented by David's scholarship. It was in my life after Berkeley that this revelation broke upon me. It changed my understanding of culture. David's research was obviously the product of his philological expertise and analytical precision. But like most great scholars, he had the work ethic of a bricklayer or a coal miner. He might as well have shown up to work with a shovel and a hard hat, day upon day, unearthing little nuggets of information from archival documents and carefully piecing them together. In this way, he managed to reconstruct a past whose traces might otherwise have been lost in the burnt-up and bombed-out libraries and archives of Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. With this kind of dedication to scrutinizing the details and subtleties of everyday life, David gave us the beautifully nuanced description of the neighborhoods of Vilnius in 1640 that appears in his book Kith, Kin, and Neighbors, Communities and Confessions in 17th Century Vilna. He was completely reconciled to the amount of time and effort that was necessary to produce anything worthwhile in a field with scant evidence. This mentality was vital to David's scholarship. I remain inspired by it. He was also, of course, a gifted translator and a wonderful writer, but he chose to devote his talents to a resistant subject, the Slavic early modern, and he showed us how much hard work we would have to do to discover anything real. Among my friends and colleagues, there was a collective shock and sadness at losing David. In our complacency, we had expected to hear and read more from him for many years to come. But now, I suppose, whether we feel equal to the task or not, we must accept the commission that we come from Frick. There is so much more work to be done and so many more discoveries to make. We will not finish learning from David in our lifetime.
I have 5 statements that I will try to summarize in 3 minutes. So first from Chad Bryant, who is a professor of history at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Took a seminar with David, I think maybe the same one that Chris mentioned. Thank you. Writes, David always made me smile, even when he was deftly critiquing my writing or grilling me on the Socinians. He was blessed with a dry sense of humor, which found its way into so many comments and thoughts. I also knew that he cared deeply for his students, myself included. He loved his craft and instilled that love in others. When I think of David and his smile, I can't help smiling again. Then we have 4 or 5 statements from Poland, which I will try to read very briefly. I won't read even a fraction of what they've written. First is Professor Alicja Nagorko, Warsaw, who met David many times in Poland, Lithuania, but also in Berlin. The opportunity for a private conversation came often. At a Slavistika Montag series, our guest admitted that he likes Polish bigos, although it is considered by many to be hard to digest. That is Professor, these are all, by the way, the leading Polish, Lithuanian, German scholars. Jan Malicki writes to us from Warsaw, University of Warsaw, positive sentiments and thoughts. Something that I can summarize more quickly is a letter by Stanisław Obirek, who is one of Poland's leading public intellectuals. He writes a lot on politics, and particularly in the Catholic Church. Talking about his work on Polish sacred philology, I still remember today the emotion that accompanied my reading of David Frick's remarkable book, Chapters in the History of the Controversies, which by some miracle came into my hands shortly after its publication in 1989. Reading Polish sacred philology, I had the irresistible impression that its author had invited me into the conversation as well. I sincerely hoped that we would one day be able to continue it in person, either in Poland or in the US. Unfortunately, last year I learned that this would no longer be possible, although who knows. Reading these days the Polish version, it's come out in Polish, published in 2018, I had the irresistible impression that this conversation was going on at its best, because after all, the reading community is not destroyed by death, but transported to other dimensions. This is a former Jesuit speaking. And finally, I'm not going to read from, well, I'll read maybe just a sentence or two from Andrzej Zakrewski from Warsaw. Against the backdrop of Europe, he portrayed not only the problems, but also the city's residents themselves, their academic peregrinations, their escapes, their sense of belonging to historical Lithuania, regardless of ethnicity. The 2 bound volumes received critical acclaim, hit the canon of works devoted to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, while the author secured not only awards, honors, but the position of a classic. So I'll stop there, but the overall impression is that David enjoyed extremely high regard among Polish scholars. And I think in this case, the word unique is called for. There really is nobody else that one can think of in the American landscape who played this kind of role in Poland. So he is much missed in Central Europe. Turn it back over to you.
All right, we're going to hear some virtual correspondences right now. So just give us a moment or so. Thank you.
Okay,
Hey, Winston,
sorry,
you can
I
speak
just-
now. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for this service. I'm I'm in Milwaukee right now, and I'm sorry that I can't be there with everyone. But I want to take this, you know, opportunity to say a few words about what David has meant to me. And it's been so touching to hear all these remembrances and how moving he has been to so many of us. And especially these common themes that sort of go through the different remembrances of his, his intellect, his generosity, and of course for his lack of food. David was on my dissertation committee, but as Chris Case was speaking, it reminded me that, oh yes, I took several courses with David, and during the break, I had the opportunity to look at my files, and I discovered, to my surprise, that I looked through my Berkeley courses, and there's actually one folder that's just called Frick courses, and that really speaks to how many courses I took with him. I took at least 4 courses with him, more than with any other professor, but that also included the infamous Slavic 280 course that Chris and Chad took, as well as many others. And also, of course, an independent study, which also showed how much David cared for his students, and he was able to do an independent study with me on a very niche topic of German-Polish relations, right? So he devoted the time for that. I owe a lot to him, of course, intellectually in my growth. As Michelle said, right, this idea of dissimulation, that was the first time I actually heard of the concept, was in that Slavic 280 course. And, to this day, I actually talk about it a bit. I just talked about it a couple of days ago in a historiography seminar. And of course, whenever I'm talking to my students about dissimulation, there's a part of me that actually goes back to that seminar with David that took place 25 years ago. And of course, other things that also I always think of, whether a city can be a character in a history or a story. It's something that David brought up in his courses. Also, the role of smells, something that I never really thought of until he talked about how neighbors in different tenement buildings in Vilno they would know what's going on in other people's homes from the smells that they had. So yeah, all these things, they're still with me today, and I try to pass them on to my students. And also, again, his generosity. David made sure that I had a library key to the Slavic department, even though I was in the history department, and I made good use of the Slavic library. I did a lot of work there. Of course, just his general friendship, and I think he was infamous. He and Inca were very infamous for their parties that were, really were sort of the only opportunity for a lot of graduate students to, really meet one another, also in the company of professors, including, of course, John. At these parties, of course, this is where the share of food, or the share for the love of food, um, came across. And of course, Inca also helped me make flaki. And if any of you are familiar with flaki, it is tripe soup. I've only made it once, and that was with Inca for one of these parties, and I've never made it again. But I still use Inca's bigos recipe to this day, one that includes half sauerkraut, half cabbage, and also, of course, a mixture of both fresh and roasted meats. So with Wisconsin winters coming up, it's the perfect time to cook bigos for 3 days. In any case, yeah, our friendship continued after I finished my dissertation, and David actually came to Berlin and stayed with me and my wife in Berlin, and also he got to know our neighbors because I gave him the wrong key, so he couldn't get back into the apartment. And of course, during that time, it wasn't time wasted. He was able to go to the wine garden across the street, but B, he also got to know our neighbors while he was waiting for us, and and was able then to really imitate perfectly their very Berlin accents. He also came, of course, when I was a fellow in Jena 10 years ago. He also came to Jena and gave a talk there, and so we were able to spend some time there, as well as later in Warsaw. We shared several meals, both in different different restaurants, but also having beer on Chmelna Street. I had hoped to get together with him again in Greifswald when he was there a few years ago, but of course it didn't work out. And I'm very, very sad that that didn't happen. I've always turned to him for advice. He's always given good advice about how to do research. One included actually using digital cameras. He was the first person to use a digital camera in an archive that I knew about. And I remember staring at his monitor in his office, and as he was going over these these very good pictures of documents. But also, of course, other advice again about food, where to get the best pierogi in Krakow, or also not to miss the beans in the university library in Krakow as well. Also where to buy books, and of course he was always networking, us graduate students with people he knew in Poland, as I already mentioned. And so I got to meet a lot of people through him. But of course, there's also one, and maybe I'll end with this, is just one really fortuitous piece of advice that he gave me, was to not go to Poland right away to learn Polish, but to go to Indiana, which I did then in the summer of '96. And then to go to Krakow the following year in '97, which I did, and I continued my Polish there. That was good because in that language program in 1997 in Krakow, that's when I met my wife, who was also a fellow student on the program. So we've been married for 26, yeah, 26, oh, sorry, we've been together 26 years, married for 22 now. So, again, David has touched all our lives and continues to touch our lives. And, I'm grateful, we're all grateful for that. So thank you.
Thanks, Winston. Next, we're going to hear from Laura Gibbs.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm actually in Austin, Texas right now. I was David's student as an undergraduate and then again as a graduate student. So I'll be really brief. I don't want to start to cry, but I use this as an excuse to get off the shelf one of the few books I have from when I was an undergraduate. I took third semester Polish with David in 1983, his first semester. So that's towed up the years. That's 40 years ago. And like Christopher, it was so interesting hearing his story. David turned me into someone who studies the Middle Ages and the Renaissance and Baroque and Enlightenment, even though that's never what I thought I was going to do. And then when I came back to Berkeley for graduate school, I guess an anecdote I just want to share quickly about that is, they have language exams, right? I was a complete grad student, and David set my Polish language exam, and he chose the most gorgeous little essay about a Polish proverb from Krzyżanowski's Mądre Głowie do Dwie Słowie. And he made the exam fun and memorable, and we went out and talked about it afterwards. And everybody knows this already. There was no one else like him. So kind and so loyal to his students, and so helpful and so inspiring. So thank you for the chance to say a few words. And I saw Bill Comer in the Zoom chat list. I don't know if you're out there, Bill, but I think you were there in '83 or maybe you came in '84. But I know you remember those times too. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Laura. Next, we're going to hear from Ann Dwyer.
Thank you, everybody. I've been very moved by the speeches here today. I received my PhD in 2007, so I'm of a similar cohort as Chris Case and Michelle Visa. And I have to say that I too was tasked with tracking down some material or another in the Polskie Słownik Biograficzne, and I even turned to it when I was writing my own dissertation. I cannot say that I was exactly David's student or friend or kin. I didn't specialize in Polish or in early modern history. But when I started graduate school, I had just come back from a Fulbright in Vilnius. And I grew up in Germany and Austria, and of all places, Indiana. So I had the strange German-Austrian Midwestern connection. And like David, I was a pastor's kid, and I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. So I believe all these things worked in my favor and created a kind of connection. So after coming back from Vilnius, he was writing his big book. I think he was really just starting to take long trips to Vilnius. And we shared notes on the best places to get shopty and a cold beer. And the memory I want to share is simply of David as both a language teacher and a language student. In both cases, he was of the read and translate school, none of the nonsensical communicative approach. It didn't seem to hurt his ability to learn to communicate. Maybe he thought the rest of us could learn as easily as he could in that way. In intermediate Polish, we sat in a circle and read Sławomir Mrożek. But then in my first year, I had this special group with David and Alan Timberlake, and we read a Lithuanian novel together. I was trying to remember what the novel was. I have no idea, but I recall there being a litany of broken tractors, excessive drinking, spousal abuse, and winter unhappiness. It was deeply, deeply depressing. Yet the conversation with the two men was lighthearted, full of the dry wit that has come up so often today. And I had no idea what I was witnessing there, how two great minds were learning something new, picking up a new language along the way that they would work with much more than me later in their careers. Over the next years, I think with the exception of an undergraduate Polish history class that I have drawn on again and again and again in my work and my teaching, my education with David was largely informal but wide-ranging. And I was really struck by what Chris said about taking a page of David's book on Melity Smoczewski and applying it to Czesław Miłosz in the 20th century, because I feel oddly that I've done something similar, and this search for the third way and avoiding these splits of either or and the people who cross from one side over to the other, interest in borderlands. These things have all stayed with me, and I think David has taught me an immense amount, and I really wish that I could call him up and ask how he teaches his first year seminar on Poland, Russia, and Ukraine. So with that note, he will be missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anne. And I just want to quote from the Frick archive. You might want to read that novella when your course ends. Romualdas Granauskas Gyvenimas po klevu. So I think that's what it was. So he talked about this working group quite a few times, and I think he was quite moved by reading the Lithuanian and pointing out to the other Indo-European professors that, in fact, quite a lot of the words came from Soviet or Russian or Polish and not necessarily from a shared Indo-European patrimony. So he thought about that reading group quite a few times. So I think in a few minutes we're going to begin the cultural program, so just bear with us. We should be able to begin by 5:15 or so.
Yeah, and take those few minutes to get more wine, more food, and just circulate a little bit, because we're in for a real treat in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Don't touch, don't touch.
Well, good. Appreciate that. A time period no one else could speak to.
What is that? Oh, diamond title.
Okay. Dear friends, it's time for the dessert to this feast. And that is our panel loosely organized around David's translation projects, but also around his kind of profound intellectual and humanist culture. The panel is called Dedicated to Invisible Countries. This is a line from Miłosz, David Frick, the translator. And the first part of the panel will be poetry readings by Bob Haas. And then the second part of the panel will be Tony Lin, also David's student, who will play Chopin for us and read from some of those translations of the letters. And Bob will be joined by Chris Case, who will read a little bit of the Polish to get us the sense of it.
So it's a pleasure to get to be here. I met David over the years we were neighbors, but actually got to talk to him when he and I were invited by the university to be at Czesław Miłosz's funeral on behalf of the university. And at the time, I had been working with Czesław, who was also my neighbor, for more than 20 years on the translation of his poems. Our pattern was to meet on Monday mornings. He would have prepared whatever we were involved and have done a first rough translation, and then we would work on it for a few hours. When I started doing that, I thought it was a one-time thing, and it turned out to be 20 years of getting to this famous story about Du Fu and Li Bai. Li Bai sent some of his poems to Du Fu when they were both in exile, and Du Fu wrote the letter back saying, "Thank you, my friend, it was like being alive twice." So I was born in 1941, so I grew up with an imagination of the war in Europe in those years. It's kind of the center of the moral imagination of people of my generation. So to relive it through those poems was an incredible gift. There's one period in Czesław's body of his work in his life that he had not chosen to translate much. And it was the poems written between 1946 and 1953. From 1945, he walked out of Warsaw, in which 80% of the buildings had been destroyed. 125,000 conservative estimate people killed. When he and Janka made their way out of the city, they were immediately picked up by German patrols and put in a detention camp. There were some kids playing soccer at the edges of the camp. Czesław signaled to some of them. He tells this story in native realm, and gave them a note to deliver to somebody in the suburb where they were. Whoever it was in the suburb got the note, went to the local convent. The abbess of the convent went to the head of the German detention camp and made a pitch for Czesław and Janka and Janka's mother, and they were released. They proceeded on their way again and were immediately robbed of the stuff that they had brought with them out of Warsaw, and ended up on a farm digging potatoes in return for sleeping in the garage of the farm, while he wrote letters to people in Krakow saying, "Help," and was invited to the home, old Polish style Pan's home, gentry home, on the outskirts of Krakow, and there finished writing what is one of the most remarkable books of poems of the 20th century, the book Rescue of Solani. And then wrote a letter to friends saying, "Is there a chance I could get a job in the diplomatic service? I don't want to go back to radio." And within the year, it came through. He was supposed to be going to Paris, but then it turned out they were going to send him to New York. He'd been studying English all during the first half of the 1940s during the German occupation. And so over that stretch of time, he found himself in Manhattan. Was given an apartment on the Upper West Side. The consulate was over on the East Side, so he was January, must have in the cold walked across Central Park to go to work every day and try to respond in this functioning society in which no buildings had been destroyed, and try to make his way as a poet in his imagination. The poems of that period, which he did for 4 years, 4.5 years. He was a half a year in Manhattan, 4.5 years in DC. In the midst of it, he went back to Poland for the summer. He'd heard reports. His situation was awkward. Here he was, a red diplomat, trying to make a connection to the Polish community in Chicago and Boston and New York. They wanted to have nothing to do with someone who'd sold himself to the communists. And in about 1948, when Harry Truman was giving the talk that initiated the Cold War, Polish emigres were demonstrating against fixed elections in Warsaw in front of the embassy where he was working. His situation was becoming untenable. He actually went, he's written about this, actually had met Albert Einstein and thought of him as a wise man and drove down to Princeton and said, "What can I do?" And Einstein said, don't turn your back on your language. You'll have no thing. But he couldn't do it. So he was this is a long story, but so the short version is he defected, sought political asylum in France, was put up at the Institut Literacki by the Polish emigre group that was there. They were, in his mind, associated with an aesthetic gentry Poland that he wanted nothing to do with. So he cut himself off to the left and he'd cut himself off to the right. And almost as soon as he did it, he had kind of buyer's remorse. I thought, oh my God, I've made a terrible mistake, but it was really too late to go back. And since he was thought of as either a communist or homosexual by the American State Department, there was no way of getting back to Connecticut, where his wife and child, his pregnant wife and child were. And what he did was what he did all his life. He dug in and worked at that work, translating. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. So this is, so that's some of the story of this guy who finds himself on Fifth Avenue or on Times Square. One of the first things he said in a letter he wrote back was, this is something David pointed out to me, "Buildings this tall are nonsense," was his first response. So it's an interesting moment. I was just reading last night that the cultural attaché at the French consulate in New York was Claude Lévi-Strauss. And one of his jobs was to show Albert Camus Manhattan at the same time that Cheslov was busy showing people Manhattan. It was a moment in which there was a tidal wave of survivor guilt, a time when there was a tidal wave of grief at all of the dead, and a time when it felt to everyone like a new world had to be imagined. And his ambitions as a poet were enormous, which meant that he had said to himself he should be able to respond to this. And later in life, in Berkeley, peacefully in the hills, he didn't choose to translate many of the poems of this period. And when he was asked in an interview why he hadn't translated them, he said, "I was confused. It was a difficult personal time. I published as a group in 1953 with Literacki Institute in a volume called Daylight, but I write it off as a loss. I couldn't put it together." The years later, during that time, after his death, I started getting letters from people saying, "Why was the poem called Traktat Moralny never translated?" I said, he didn't want to go to the poems of this period. And it turns out that this particular poem, people wanted it because the poem he wrote that people think is one of his masterpieces is Treatise on Poetry. Late in life, he wrote a poem called Treatise on Morals. So lots of people, lots of young poets reading Milosz know that there's this Traktat Moralny, Why has that not ever been published? And I would write back and say, he didn't want to, it's rhymed. It's in couplet rhymes. He said it was impossible. Don't even try. We tried. He couldn't stand the results because he thought this poem absolutely had to be, it was an imitation. He was reading English poetry. It was an imitation of a poem by W.H. Auden called New Year's Letter, which is in rhymed couplets. English iambic pentameter rhymed couplets, and a kind of summary of just this moment. What does the world hold after this war that killed, 40 million people? It's astonishing, the violence of that war, that these wars are going on now, that human beings have not learned. It's really astonishing. Anyway, so as David and I were flying to Poland to attend Czesław's funeral, he said, we really should translate Traktat Moralny. And I said, Czesław said, it's just not translatable. And he said, well, let's just give it a try of what if we just translate it plainly as possible to see what it says so that people can see what his state of mind was in 1947. It's a poem maybe 12 pages long. And then we would meet each other walking in the Kensington Hills every once in a while and say, oh, we really should get together on Traktat Moralny. And then 3 years ago, David called me and said, I had spinal stuff. I don't want to get addicted to pain pills. I need a project. Let's really do Traktat Moralny. So we set up a schedule, and I started getting to know David and getting over to his Bayside home, which is immaculate, which contained David and his books and Fuzzy, who was the most charming and undisciplined Jack Terrier I've ever seen, and we set to work. And then once we got started, we realized we should really do the whole book, and other poems that David had found that were not included in the book, that we would do the portrait of his condition between 1946, when he walked out of the destroyed city, to late 1952, early 1953, when he was finally able, through the State Department, to get his wife and children back to him in Europe, after having defected, gone into hiding, holed up to write The Captive Mind over a period of 9 months to justify his choice to the intellectual left of Europe, who were Stalinists. And so David and I set to work, often a stanza at a time on this poem. He read it aloud to me. I read what I could about it from the critics, who said, it's a rhyme poem and it's written in the meter of a raucous Krakow cabaret song. And so I wrote to my friends in Poland, Alexander Fiut, and to Renata Gorczynska, and said, the meter of a raucous cabaret poem? And they wrote back and said, yeah, don't bother. Don't even try with this poem. And I said to David, don't even try. And so the book that he published as he was leaving Poland was in English translation called Rescue. It's an argument of Osalani. It's an argument about whether it should be called Salvation, Rescue. Anyway, the opening line of the treatise on morals, which had not been translated, is in quotations. And it goes, well, that was my first experience of working with David. He had the idea, he said, my theory of translation is that the reader should make the effort to come to the poem. And I had never said to myself what my attitude was, but I said, Mine is to bring the poem to the reader. If there's a translation that clarifies an image, or if you have a choice between one of two things that are complicated or seem like mixed metaphors in English, just pick one and bring it across vividly. David said, well, you could do that. It falsifies the poem. There are different ways to go here, and one way is just to talk about what an amazing person David was, and I'll just take a minute to do that. I'm trying to figure this person out and how we're going to work together, and I notice that he's clearly meticulous and cares about detail and organizes his books by color and size, or so that they look aesthetic. The bookcases look aesthetically pleasing. I love the story about lists, because that's great. But then what kind of list does a person make who spoils their dog, can teach Old Church Slavonic, is fluent in Czech, is learning Lithuanian, is fluent in Polish, and I taught for a semester at the Free University in Berlin. So chatting about that, David was able to reproduce for me exactly the difference in the sound of the German spoken in Dahlem and the German spoken in Mitte. So, and up to that point, he had not said, I ordered his book without his telling me that he had written this book. And when I ordered it and said so to a friend, I said, this says it's a masterpiece of urban geography. And my friend said, no, it's the masterpiece of urban geography. He also made coffee very carefully and ordered cinnamon buns delivered for our arrival, which my habit is to turn away from sugar. Anyway, so we started on this poem and ended up spending a year. And at the end of the year, we had done a version of Traktat Moralny, had done most of the poems. David had finished very rough translations of all of the poems, and we had maybe a half to a third to go over again together to smooth out. And I was all set to, on a Friday, to look at what we've done and get ready for Monday, and he died. It was then that I understood that this was as much fun as I'd ever had working on a collaboration. And I was able to get help, especially from Carol Berger, a Polish by birth professor of aesthetics and music at Stanford, to go through and go over my and David's earlier translations, and that work is done. We had David's annotations. He was intending to write because he was then reading everything. He'd read all of the evaluations by the Polish Foreign Service of Czeslav's performance. He'd done all this stuff. So in order to, when we finished the translation, to do the book, he wanted to do a book on Miloš in that period, and so he didn't get that book done, but he did get this book done, and we just got a contract for it, so it will be published late 2024, early 2025 at HarperCollins. So it will be David's last book. Will be. And that's the story I want to share with you, and we want to hear the music. But a little of the translation, I thought to look at so I was looking at the poems of this period, and there's a poem called Central Park. I want to know what's going on in Central Park. There's a poem called 4 Choruses for an Unfinished Drama called Hiroshima. I wanted to know what was there. There's a poem called On a Black Child Playing Chopin. Where is that? There's a poem called Song of a Bird on the Shores of the Potomac. I wanted to know what was there. So it was a feast to get in and see what was there and have David teach me a little bit about the prosody of the poems as we were doing it. Let me just give you a little taste of Traktat Moralny, but maybe you should hear it in Polish first to see what we were dealing with. Are you here? Yeah. Can you hear in the back okay? Is that okay?
Great. Thank you, Robert. Yeah. I'll read just the first two stanzas of Traktat Moralny by Czesław Miłosz, and let me just add to what Robert has said, that as he pointed out, the first stanza is a quotation which was written to Czesław Miłosz by a young poet named Dominik Chorodyński, who responded to Czesław Miłosz's first volume of post-war poetry, which was called Ocalenie, or Rescue or Salvation, and he wrote an essay called An Open Letter to Czesław Miłosz, in which he asked Czesław Miłosz, where is salvation, where is rescue? And so Miłosz took that to heart and quoted or reworded or versified Chorodyński's essay in the first stanza of the poem, A Treatise on Morals. And so I'll read that. So, in quotation marks, gdzieś jest poeta ocalenie? Czy coś ocalić może ziemię? Cóż dał tak zwany świt pokoju? Ruinom trochę dał powojów, nadzieją gorycz, sercom skrytość, a wątpię, czy obudził litość. End quote. And now Miłosz's second stanza. Więc tak się moja rzecz zaczyna. Potrzebna tobie dyscyplina, eliminacji. Po teorię nie sięgaj grzecznie i pokornie. Zmieni się zespół zdań najrzadszy, gdy zmienisz punkt, z którego patrzysz. Islandzkie, przeglądając sagi, pełniej nadajesz im powagi. Staroindyjskie wątpisz mity, obca ci wiedza Atlantydy. Totemy prymitywnych plemion zwyczajów twoich nie odmienią. Zresztą szacunek im należny, co dzień jak trzeba w hołdzie nieśmy. Tak na dzisiejsze spojrzyj baśnie, trochę z ukosa, choć poważnie.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Robert.
So when David would read it, he would beat his feet. So when I would try to do something with the translation, for example, the first line, which would be, where poet is rescue. And I was thinking, the Auden poem is in a 4-beat line. So I was thinking, well, I should figure out at least whether it's going to be a 3-beat or a 4-beat line. So one way to translate the first line is either is what poet is rescue, what would constitute rescue would be a way of presenting the problem to the English reader in a way. Just what, O poet, do you propose to rescue? Just what, O poet, do you propose to rescue? Can anything save the earth? This so-called dawn of peace, what has it given us? A few morning glories among the ashes? I heard that, I thought, that's Miloš, that's brilliant. This so-called dawn of peace, what has it given us? A few morning glories among the ashes? It gave hope bile, the heart cunning, and I doubt it roused much pity. That's the accusing voice speaking to him. And the first stanza adopts a kind of lecturer's tone, David says to me. Find the diction that adopts it. But then he would read and laugh. And the poet, he said, this is a very clever rhyme because this word it's like saying ain't. And then it rhymes with this word, which is actually a legal term. It's very clever. But never mind. We can't deal with that. So So this is my subject for today. From you, it will require the discipline of paring down. You can imagine with each of these verbs, the 20 other verbs that might be there, paring down, anyway, I'm not, but this was our mornings. And I think the first day, it took us 2 days to get through this first stanza because of this question of how to find a tone and what to do. So this is my subject for today. From you, it will require the discipline of paring down. And you must resist filling in the blanks with theories, however meekly and politely. The sparest collection of sentences is changed when you change the place from which you look at them. What he's addressing here is the fact that he signed up for a government that has lied about the Katyn massacres, that has lied about the uprising, has lied about the Holocaust, and has described the war as the first stage of a war of the future of socialism against capitalism. The sparest collection of sentences is changed when you change the place from which you look at them. Browsing in Icelandic sagas, you do not altogether give them credence. You doubt the veracity of Hindu myths. The knowledge of Atlantis is foreign to you, and the totems of primitive peoples are not going to alter your customs. Anyway, let's grant them their due respect, every day as necessary in tribute. Look this way at today's fables, a bit askance, although seriously. The publication of this poem in Poland was what led to his superiors recalling him to Warsaw and taking his passport away. He was politically clearly unreliable, though at the other aspects of the job he was great. And the parts that had to do with reading and translating American poetry and writing and informing Poland about America and America about Poland, he threw himself into it. He worked he did all kinds of stuff. He wrote essays on Faulkner, he wrote essays on Hemingway, translated the poems of Wallace Stevens. He translated African-American poets from an anthology that Langston Hughes had done in that same year, 1947, of the history of African-American poetry. He did a translation of 12 African-American spirituals and wrote a little essay pointing out that the story of the Jewish captivity in Egypt gave African Americans a language and code in which to talk about their enslavement. The magazine in Poland that he sent it to took the translations but didn't publish his essay on the way that they were used as a code for censorship. Let me give you just a little bit further on. The poem has its say about phenomenology, has its say about existentialism. Poles had very good reason to be a little suspicious of the French, who've lived quite comfortably through the Second World War, pronouncing about the way our behaviors define us. Let me just read a little bit of this. I'm sorry. Well, here's how it ends. Farewell. Let us pass from hand to hand the common gift of modest wisdom. As you see, I don't have a prescription. I don't belong to any sect, and the rescue is in you alone. Perhaps It is simply health of mind, a balanced heart. For at times a simple remedy helps, and when a doctor, weary with answering gibberish and beaten down with charlatanism, recommends a steak or chicken soup or milk, I got that wrong. As when a doctor, what I offer you is chicken soup. Right? This is your world on a sword edge. The wind picks up and stirs little eddies of dried grasses in the leaves. Pigeons soar over the rooftop. A dog barks. A child runs by. David stops to say, listen how gorgeous this sounds in Polish. and then he would do it, and then we would go through it again. This is your world on a sword edge. The wind picks up and stirs little eddies of dried leaves in the grass. Pigeons soar over the rooftops. A dog barks. A child runs by. Somebody waves at someone with a handkerchief. This is your world. It is on the line. The politicians have already lost the game. Their apparent triumphs are just so much summer lightning. Although none of them will ever lose trust in the power of indoctrination, which delivers them hordes of followers. The social test tubes are more complicated. Elements swim in them like undiscovered stars. A newly added element now and then shatters the walls of the laboratory. Again, being asked to imagine that this is in magically witty, rhymed Polish. The result is entirely unpredictable. Let's assume things will turn out well. If you have a penetrating vision, you see things marvelous to others. Just as ultraviolet light shows us a new image, and coursing through sharp turns of matter reveals to us alien components and pigments in common objects. This is usually worthy of examination. For now, I give you no hope. Do not wait in vain for the Troika Dei, for you will not escape by some magic gate the life that has been given you. Let us go in peace, we simple people. I need to say this with some starkness. We are headed toward the heart of darkness. So that was David's idea of how to cheat at the end and rhyme. It doesn't say some starkness. So, and that was after batting down my many ideas to do something that differed from the other oddnesses. For example, the poem called Central Park is about, he must have walked across it every day for 6 months when he was working in New York. It took him a year to write the poem Central Park. And in the poem, he describes soldiers and sailors in their uniforms holding their girls in their arms on the lawn in Central Park and watching a nighttime movie. And the lights of the projector flicker on the buildings on Fifth Avenue and remind him of the burning of Warsaw. It took me many readings of the poem to figure out that that was what was going on. So I said to David, could we call it Summer Movies in Central Park? So that the reader, well, he said, he doesn't call it. He calls it Central Park. Apparently he expected the reader to read the first stanza intelligently. Let me give you one other example by way of moving on to Chopin, of finding the poem. I should have gotten it out, so it's going to take me a minute. Anyway, it's completely, as you can see, completely fascinating. to do this. Poem to Alfred Einstein. He went back for his mother's death. He wrote a poem about the Baltic marshes at the time of his mother's death. He wrote an imitation of a 17th century lyric to Laura as a poem to his wife. I'm sorry to take your time with this. It'll just be a minute to get to this little girl. Well, I'm sorry, I know it's here. The interesting thing about the poem is describing a girl, black girl, playing Chopin. And he describes her as her black hands and her shining teeth and her nappy hair. And how beautifully she plays. And I'm thinking, American readers are not going to understand what the meaning of playing Chopin is to a Polish audience. And they're probably not going to think about when serfdom was abolished in Poland and how that completely complicates the story. And how can we signal that? And I said to David, can we just leave out the racial markers and just say her small hands instead of her brown hands? And can we skip the thing with her head? Because it's going to look racist in America in 2025. And he said, either we do it or we don't do it at all. And we wrote to a couple of friends in Poland again and said, how should we deal with this? And they said, just drop it. And David was adamant that we shouldn't drop it, that it was there. And so so we're going to get to hear some Chopin in a moment. And maybe I will, in the meantime, find the poem and I can read it to you after the concert. So.
Don't want to gender it, to move the piano. To move it properly, so please.
No, I can do this.
Okay, David, help.
I got it.
Okay, sure.
I don't want you to see me making funny faces. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Hello, everybody. I know we're already over time, so I just want to make this as brief as possible. The music itself is going to last about 20 minutes or so just plan accordingly. My name is Tony Lin. I teach at Boston College. I graduated here 2014. So time really flies, and I want to express my gratitude for the organizers for inviting me. And I wrote a dissertation on Chopin, Frederick Chopin, not K. Chopin, and under Ann Nesbitt and David Frick. And I just want to, again, say thank you for allowing me to combine my interests in music and literature. And in many ways, given David's affinity for music, even though I never heard him play the trumpet, it makes actually perfect sense that he would supervise my dissertation. And in the interest of adding another least reading in Polish, that means letter in Polish, I'm going to read 2 short excerpts from David's translation on Chopin's Polish letters. If you want to read more, you can just buy the book. So hopefully I'll make you intrigued enough. So the first excerpt is from a passage about the second movement of the E minor concerto. And notoriously, Chopin doesn't speak up a lot about the meaning or the significance of his music, but here's one passage in David's translation. The Adagio from the new concerto is in E major. It isn't supposed to be powerful. It is rather romantic, peaceful, melancholic. It should create the impression of a pleasant gazing at a place where 1,000 delightful memories come to mind. It's a sort of pondering during a beautiful springtime, but under moonlight. And that is why I have it accompanied by sordini. That is by violins muted with a sort of calm that lying across the strings gives them some sort of little nasal silvery tone. And I just want to mention that the second piece I'll be playing is also in the key of E major, but not the whole concerto. It's the Etude in E major from Opus 10. And then the second and final excerpt I'm going to read is about the preludes, which Chopin wrote in Palma de Mallorca. And this is in David's translation. Chopin was there, not in the most happiest circumstances, but here is one passage which I found very lyrical. You'll soon receive the preludes, Opus 20A. I'll probably be living in the most marvelous monastery, the most beautifully situated in the world, sea, mountains, palms, a cemetery, a church of the Knights of the Cross, ruins of mosques, old 1,000-year olive trees.
Because it's best to end with the music, let me just read David's translation of this poem. A little Negro girl playing Chopin. If only you had seen her, Sir Frederick, how she places her dark fingers on the keys and diligently bends her woolly head, how she places her slender foot on the pedal, comically childlike, in a well-trodden small shoe. And when this hall suddenly grows quiet, the primrose of tone unfurls slowly. If only you had seen in the hall, in the semi-darkness, how her teeth glitter in her open mouth when the grand piano bears your cares, and how in slanting ribbons falls from the side, and how in the hubbub of bird song through the stained glass plashes it was spring in a city unknown to you by name. If only you had seen how those tones fly, pull the dust motes into a column of sunlight over her black face, resting in her palm. Surely you would have said it was worth it.